So this semester, in fact, we went to the timetable. He went through the timetable with me. I like the way he's leading your class. He's a very good leader. Let me recommend him.
Very,
Very.
Let's give it to him.
Let's give it to him.
Last week, hadn't it been him? But yesterday he sent me a message. I intentionally didn't respond to the message because we have class and you're just giving me pressure. Meanwhile, I was busy. This morning he has gone through your timetable with me when we should have face-to-face classes and all those things so that I can plan very well with it. And then if we should do quizzes and presentation as your IA, for which I don't know if I'm well convinced though. I did not give him the assurance. I told him that if we are able to finish our slides before the end of the 6 week, then definitely whether you like it or yes, there should be a form of either mid-sim or a project work to present on for your IA. But if we are not, then what is prepared with, we will go through. We should be able to finish so that we can go through those June cohorts, at least have a feel of how my questions are being set, right? Rosemary.
Doc.
Rosemary.
Doc.
You know how my questions are being set based on your previous encounter, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and my questions are not difficult. They are very easy questions.
That's true.
And provided you take things serious, you can go through. But notwithstanding that, if you have time, we'll go through some of the case study questions for the sake of the January cohort to know, what they should expect. Even though I don't give areas, at least if you have a hands-on on what you should expect during the end of semester exams, that will be good. So if you are able to finish the topic to cover all the topics, then we'll use during the revision or before the revision, we can try our hands on some questions, see how to go about the questions so that at the end of semester, you will not fumble as to how to answer those questions. So I'll plead for your indulgence in this lesson. Let's all pay attention, right? Because you are workers, you are parents, some of you are family people, you are parents, some of you, the ladies taking care of home, the men too, you have what you do. So if we pay attention in class, get the understanding very well, get the concept very well, then you don't have to do much preparing for the exams. You read through and then you get it. But online, if you don't pay attention, you just join doing other things, definitely you miss some of the details, and then you have to read and read more to get the understanding. So I'll plead with your indulgence. It will help both of us. And then we will be able to cover up much. And then during our preparation for the end of semester exam, we wouldn't have to do much to prepare. Therefore, last week, where did we end?
Doc, please, transportation for supply chain profitability and efficiency.
Hey, you are just confusing me. Where is it?
Slide 20, Doc.
Are you sure? We pass slide 20, please. Slide 20 is role of transportation in supply chain. We passed that.
So we passed that.
Yeah, I think we ended up most of transportation. Slide 28. Hmm?
Yes,
The house
please.
is so quiet.
Yes, please, we are there. Transport mode and their characteristics.
I think I remember we touched on this. Are you with me? Can you see it on the screen?
Yes, please.
We touched on this. I remember very well. But if not, who agree with me? I mean, those of you who were with us last week, with the exception of Sarah, Vinolia,
Hello, Doc.
Rosie, do you remember
Please,
where
I'm
we end
here.
up? Do you remember where we end off last week? No. Okay. Rosita,
Yes, Doc.
any idea?
Doc, we were going through the from the slide 20 downward. I don't think we got to this point exactly. We were going through the role of transportation in supply chain. That is what I remember very
Doc,
well.
please. We were at slide 19.
These people want to take me back. Oh.
No, this is where we are. Transportation for supply chain profitability and then efficiency. We are here.
Since nobody is talking, the men are not talking. The one the woman is to take us back. So
No, Doc, we are here. We talk. This slide contains of transportation as an enabler of good movement, and then transportation for supply chain sustainability. Then this is the third point. We were talking about this, and then he said we should close and get next week.
right. Then we have to finish this slides today and start with a new one. With 2 slides. All right. So transportation for supply chain profitability and efficiency. But for what we did last week, does anyone want to ask questions, contribution to what we did last week before you move on, or we can move on straight away? Shall we move on?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we look at transportation for supply chain profitability and efficiency, right? The supply chain is held together by the link of transportation. Since raw materials are moved from dealers or the location where they are purchased to the location where they are manufactured and then to the final consumer, every step of the process needs to be connected by optimized transportation. Without a reliable and cost-effective shipping strategy in place, companies risk losing a lot of time and money, which could negatively impact on their competitive advantage. This includes having solutions ready for potential disruptions like equipment, failure, natural disasters, work stoppages, government intervention, etc. So, what are we trying to say? Right. Logistics is very, very important in our day-to-day activities. Movement. Even without supply chain. When you wake up in the morning, from your house to your office, to your shop, to market, you need logistics, you need transportation. That is why in most countries, government subsidize. Government makes sure, especially the public transport, right? Without proper road networks, I mean, the economy of infrastructure, the major infrastructure that most governments concentrate on is the road networks, mode of transportation, making sure that road, air, especially road, sea, and rail are working perfectly within a country. Countries whereby transportation, there is lack of transportation, for instance, especially public transport. It becomes very difficult for most of the people because you need to get your own car, depending on, but most countries, like the UK, like Europe, like Germany, like China, public transport is very, very comfortable and easy. A country like China, you don't need to buy a car. If you want to move goods, very easy in any way, because that is a link between procurement and then the supply chain management system. You cannot do away with transportation in any form. Right? Therefore, if you enhance transportation system, the logistics, make it accessible, make it cheaper, right? It makes prices of goods, everything, even services, much more cheaper as well. No matter how cheap a raw materials or a product is, when logistics, when transport, cost of transportation is higher, it affects the prices and it affects the end users and then the manufacturers as well. So we will look at the role of transportation in supply chain and the top 10 links. To expand, business must have a strategic transportation strategy. It entails establishing an extensive network of organized transportation plans and distribution schemes for receiving and shipping products. Nobody likes to receive late orders, so it makes a smooth shipping process all the more important to keep customers coming back for more. So below are the top 10 roles of transportation in supply chain. Efficient goods movement. Every type of product has a particular mode of transport that is required. As a result, the ability to transport goods using a variety of different methods is crucial to a company's supply chain. Moreover, as a global and regional travel have vastly different requirements, engaging appropriate transportation keeps the supply chain moving in the right direction. Gaseous and liquid materials, for instance, are moved from one location to another using pipelines. Moving large pieces of equipment across the ocean by shipping companies helps optimize the cost involved. Similarly, products with high value and urgent requirements are transported via air or road to ensure the efficiency of time. So talking about efficiency, you can move goods easily, as I said earlier on. Other parts of the world, like for instance, the gas, as you are saying, it is only in most part of the developed world and Africa, especially major in Africa, that gas, if you are using gas in your house, you have to buy cylinder, go and purchase your gas, and then at the end of the day, you can use it. But where I found myself, US, Germany, UK, China, by the time there are gas pipelines all over the country. So when the apartment, when the building is done, automatically like water, like we have water here, like we have electricity here, you get gas in your apartment or where you live. And then you pay monthly bills. It is very easy and convenient. When this war between Russia and Ukraine, Europe suffered seriously as far as gas, prices of gas is concerned. Does any of you know why, what happened, the cause of the price hike in gas? If you were following keenly, can anybody tell me if you guys were following the war and then monitoring what was going on? Hello?
Yes,
Should I
Lord.
mention
Yeah,
names? Who is there? Richard.
yes, sir.
Okay, let's hear you, Richard.
Doc, at that time, Ukraine wasn't able to, there was disruption. So Ukraine wasn't able to supply gas to the countries that were relying on Ukraine to get gas.
What happened? Why? Why were they not able to supply gas?
It is because of the war. So they didn't have
I know it's
access
because
to
of the war, but something happened. We are talking about transportation, movement
Okay.
of goods. Something
Okay.
happened as far as transportation, movement of goods is concerned. All right. Their gas pipeline that supply Europe
Was
under
damaged.
the
Oh, yeah,
sea,
yeah, okay.
right? It got blasted, and people were claiming that, in fact, there were these conspiracy theories that people were saying it was Russia, people were saying it was China, America, right? Because the movement, the supply chain, the logistics got, disrupted. Then it became problem. And prices started going up. So you may have the product, but if you don't have the means to move that product, you have a problem. So it enhances efficiency in the movement of goods in any way, either by sea, by air, by rail, by pipelines, whatever. And then shipment segmentation, choosing the right carrier can significantly bring down your overall spending, both in terms of resources and time, depending on the customer's products, season, and other factors. Each shipment will receive varying priority levels. It is necessary to segment the modes and route of transport in order to accommodate such needs. An efficient transportation system also needs a variety of modes of transport. A product frequently travels through several modes like sea road or air road before reaching a distributor or the end user. So the logistics system has been segmented into sea, air, road, pipelines, rail. So depending on the type of the goods, then you have to choose the right mode of transport. And also your budget. In Ghana here, we lack rails. We are rail deficit. Even our roads are not good, even air. So it makes movement of goods by air. We don't have the rail. Movement of goods become very expensive. But in most countries, you have the option to choose from according to your budget. If you don't need it urgently and you think if it goes by rail, you'll be better off. You choose rail if it is cheaper. Countries that there are canals, whereby our almighty Cheddar said that he was going to bring sea to Kumasi, which is possible, not necessarily taking sea, but the Volta Lake, the Volta River, right? It can be done in such a way that, because once it goes into the sea, goods can move from Accra to other parts of the country where the Volta Lake passes. And the other water tributaries that they can dredge it, make it nice, so that there can be movement of goods along those rivers. But it's a topic of another day. Cost reduction. Costs in a business operation can be managed by effectively optimizing the role of transportation in a supply chain. The majority of the logistics budget is spent on freight and fuel. As I said earlier, it is expensive to move product from one location to another using one or more combination of the different modes of transport. businesses can become more aware of the supply chain network in general and how it interacts with the larger transportation ecosystem by utilizing technology and data. The right data provide shippers with insight into freight flow and other factors that could affect how much it will cost to transport goods to various locations. They gain a deeper understanding of the transportation ecosystem and how it influences the entire supply chain as a result. Cost reduction. One time, I was shipping a goods from one city to another city in China because the shipment was supposed to be done in a different city where the factory is. And I was supposed to add some goods to it. So I was torn between two modes of transport, by road, by rail. And then when we checked by road, getting there will be faster the next day. But the cost involved was very, very high. So here I will touch on the cost, then we will get to the modes of the transport, which mode of transport is better. We will continue on from there. The cost involved transporting the goods from the city to the other city where shipment was supposed to take place or loading of the container was supposed to take place was very high. So the factory, the one I was dealing with, gave me option that we should choose rail. So considering moving the goods from their warehouse or from the factory to the train station and then moving it by train, by rail to the location, and then there will be another transport that will take it to the warehouse. The cost involved. And then the cost involved by moving it by road from the factory to the other factory also. Taking these things into consideration, I realized that going by rail, I will save about 50% of the cost. Therefore, I chose that they should move it by rail. So cost reduction, movement of the goods depending on the kind of goods you are moving, if it can go by rail or by road or by sea. And then you look at the cost involved. So in some countries, you have different options because rail is available, sea is available, if not by sea, by any means of water, transport, and then by road. Then you decide, depending on how fast you want the goods to get there. If you think that you need it as fast, as quick as you want it, then maybe you go in for the expensive one so that you can get there faster. If you think that you have time and you want to reduce costs, then you have an option to choose a different mode of transport. Any question before we move on? All right. Synchronizing across supply chain activities. Supply chain technology is synchronized. You.
Hello, sir.
Yes,
So
boss.
Please, so please, regard to what you just explained, it looks like the railway is cheaper when you are transporting goods from one place to another, as compared
Yes.
to either road or whatever it is.
It's obvious. It's obvious. When you are doing mode of transport, right? The cheapest one you can think of is sea, rail, then come to road, and then air. And we will deal with that as we go along. Sea is the cheapest, rail, and sometimes when you look at the product, right? The product and then the type of the product you are shipping, because some products, it cannot go by air. no matter the situation. It has to go by sea or rail, right? Some product, it has to, like the gases and all those things, it has to be pipelines. So depending, but if the product can go by either air, sea, rail, then depending on how soon you want the availability, how you want it, then you can choose to go by either sea or by rail or by air if you have the options. Right? Some people,
sir.
like for instance, a rich man bringing his or her Rolls Royce, Lamborghini or whatever, right, from any of the, from either US, UK, China to Ghana, can choose to bring it by air, right? And by air, bringing this type of car, and we have an incident whereby some rich people brought in cars by air, right? It was in the news. That can take like a day or two. Whereby a sea will take about 45 days, 30 to 45 days. So if you have the means and you think you want it faster, even though it can come by sea, you can choose to lift it by air. So Jude.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Jude.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
Another Jude
please.
is here.
Sir, please, my main question is, I keep asking these questions, actually, most of the lecturers. Why are we not investing into rails, especially within Ghana? Because we can do interregions. And that one, I believe the cost is very less. But it looks like most of our projects going on, we always focus on road. Why not rail?
Jude, why are you asking these lectures? Why are you putting these lectures like myself into this problem? Are we politicians?
Sir, academians, I think we're supposed to transpose or transfer whatever we are learning to the field.
Do you think the academians, do you think we don't advise the government? Right? Are you a politician?
No, I'm just worried about this transportation issue.
Exactly. Do you think we don't advise the politicians? Right? In Africa, our political system, I'm sorry to say this, if we have politicians among us, they don't think of the citizens. All that they think about is to maintaining power. Otherwise, if we do, a political party will come, start a project, a very good project for the nation, and when power changes, the other government will not continue that project. It will be white elephant. You and I know, because very soon maybe if I'm in politics, very soon you will be there. But trust me, you forget about everything. The previous government were thinking about doing real. What happened? And you know what? One good thing about we Africans, we are naturally, you and I, we are naturally born wicked people. If it doesn't benefit us, it should spoil. What I heard, if it is true, and we all saw it, that somebody parked on the rail line, I think years back, and when they were trying the train, it crashed into the car. The driver was arrested. I think some of you were witness to that, right? You saw it in the news. You read it in the news, right?
Yes, sir.
And what they were saying is that when this real, business, transport takes off, they will lose their businesses. If it is true, how on earth can a normal human being think this way? So we are naturally wicked people as Africans. Because some went to a extent of stealing the metals, the iron, the real, stealing them. You saw it in the news. Packed it in a car. These trailers. How can this happen to us? So even if the politician decide to do it, you and I will not allow it, because it will not benefit us individually. And government does not enforce laws, because all those people that were arrested in connection with the driver who parked the car in the middle of the rail, those who were stealing the metal, the irons and all those things, where have it gotten to? There is no news about how the court dealt with them. If they are educated, if there have been news that, oh, these people did this and this is what happened to them, they've been jailed, they've been done this, then it will deter people from doing that. But if nothing is said about it, what will happen? So, Jude, this is it. Our politicians, not that those in academia, they do research and then, but would they take? Some of them are on board. If you are giving the person at the top advice and they are not taking it, what will you do? But if you travel to some countries, government give funding to those in academia, the professors, the lecturers, whatever, to do research with their students, to come up with innovative ideas. And when money is given to them, they make sure that what the money is supposed to be done, they use it for. Here, the government would never give money to lecturers, to professors in the academia to do research in any way. You have to go in for your own funding from outside. And even if funding is given to us, are we going to use it? As soon as funding comes in, a fund is given to Dr. Danso to do research with his student to come out with something. Dr. Danso will go and buy new car, fresh car. That is who we are as Africans. Straight away, Dr. Danso will not use the money for what it's supposed to be used for. You go and buy new car, thinking of other things, and government will not do anything. Government will not hold us Danso responsible for money given to him, because maybe I have links here and there, and even those giving the money, oh, okay, if you want this funding, this is how much you are supposed to give. Like those who went to see Tony. Oh, Tony, let's give you some brown envelopes so that you go and convince Doc that we shouldn't do missing and all the presentation. This is what is killing our country. We are not selfless, we are selfish. The politicians can choose to do that, but we will not let it happen. Or the politicians will not do. They are thinking of their self-interest. So until you and I change our mindset, that is where we will be at where we are now. Because it's you and I. You get a position there and you do the same thing. Right? Do you think those in the realm of affairs, they were like us, complaining, talking, and when they get a position there, what happened? We have to change our mindset. You and I, we don't have to believe the politicians. They are like us. So if all of us are changing our mindset, thinking of national development, building a nation, it will work perfectly. I saw your hand up before.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Doc, I think let's move on. The cost reduction has taken us some time already, so let's move on. My question will come later. Yes, thank you.
Anthony, do we also have to move on?
Doc, I want to draw our attention on something else. Yeah, but it's related to what we are discussing here about the transport. Doc, it's a practical transport management incident that occurred right here in Accra. and I want us to look at it. So it directly relates to what we have been studying under the modes of transportation and vehicle selection, though we are looking at the modes of transportation, but it goes beyond that. My company was transporting heavy industrial machinery from Temakot to Adeso in the eastern region. We have a plant there. The chosen route passed through the Jowulu-Achimota corridor, which, as many of us who drive in Accra know, has a series of 3 or 4 overhead pedestrian footbridges along that stretch. Doc, the problem was very simple but costly. The trailer was too tall to pass under the bridges, and the entire movement came to a halt. Looking at the height of the bridge and then even the mode of transportation that we took. So the root cause, in my assessment, was a failure at the planning stage. Specifically, 2 critical transport management principles were neglected. And I'll talk about the route survey which was not conducted. So before any oversized or heavy cargo is moved, the transporter must assess the entire route for physical constraints. That's the bridge height, the road width, and overhead cables and the weight limits. The Jowulu-Achimota footbridges are well-known features of that road. So this should have been identified and flagged before the trailer left from the port. And then the second one was the wrong vehicle that was selected. A standard trailer was used, which sits relatively higher off the ground. For machinery of that height, the appropriate vehicle would have been a low loader or a low boy trailer, which has a much lower bed height, sometimes as low as half a meter from the ground. So this would have significantly reduced the overall height of the load and allow safe passage under all the bridges. So the point I want to make is that vehicle selection is not just about the weight capacity. Okay, we are dealing with heavy or oversized cargo, and so we must equally consider height, the width, and then physical characteristics of the entire route. All right, thank you very much, Bob.
Okay, thank you, Tony. As you said, the type of vehicle is involved, but let me tell you one thing. In this country, we don't enforce laws. That is why. Talking about Jowulu-Achimota Road, right? From Jowulu, traffic lights, Royal Fiesta are there, right? If you get to the overpass at the Achimota Forest, there is a bypass road, right? That can go up and then descend to Achimota. You know that?
Yes,
bypass of the road, right? So that's no matter if the driver, if they did not use a low bed, right? The driver was not supposed to use the main road under the footbridge. He was supposed to use the bypass. And we don't educate our drivers. Seriously, in any country, before they will be giving you a license, a specific license, you have to go through training before your license will be given to you. But in our country, pay money, you know, write exams. Okay, if you don't want to write exam, this is how much you pay. If you want to write exam, this is how much you pay. And because people wouldn't like to write exams, they pay higher money for them to get their license. And you know what? They will be mates. They will be trained by their masters. So if you drive in this country, most people don't even know road signs the right way. We just drive anyhow. And police do not enforce the law. Let's assume causing obstruction. If the company who is transporting the good or the logistics company is being charged for that, paying penalty, do you think when the driver is moving, they will make sure that you use the right route? So sometimes it is not, look, every country, people would like to flout the laws, the rules, but because they are being enforced, they will not, because they will pay penalty. They will find them. So sometimes it is they consider all these things as you are saying, because the high limit vehicle that is supposed to go under that bridge and so on and so forth. But we don't comply. You and I do not comply to the laws, the rules of this nation. Everybody. And those who are supposed to enforce this don't. If these laws are being enforced, everybody will sit up. So not that the rules are not there, they are there. As you are saying, you know it. Look at the way you explain it nicely. That is why I said earlier on, how will you comply with that? The compliance is the problem, and the enforcement is another. All right. As Mr. Tufo said, we should move on. Let's move on. Synchronizing across supply chain activities. Supply chain technology is synchronized with transportation by transportation management software. It is best suited to handle the daily monitoring of transportation operations, route planning, fleet management, fuel costing, supply relation, cargo handling, and customer communication are among the tasks monitored by transportation management system. A TMS is very good at managing and reducing transportation costs. Adopting of TMS is growing as affordable transportation is the way ahead of an effective supply chain. This is reflected as the TMS market is projected to reach 28 billion by 2027. Inventory planning and management. A lean inventory is maintained through effective transportation management, which improve the efficiency and smoothness of stock movement through warehouses, improving the flow of goods into and out of the warehouse can help save money on transportation and storage while also cutting down on lead times, right? So most developed countries, most advanced countries, right, they know that transportation is the heartbeat of business activities. Transportation, you cannot run away from that. It's a heartbeat. So they make sure that their transportation system works perfectly. And among the countries that I've traveled to, the one that I best love is my country, even though I'm not a citizen, I'm a Ghanaian, but China. They always improve their transportation network, expanding, linking, submetros, underground trains are working, linking them to the business communities, business areas. Taxis, buses, air transport, everything is working perfectly. And they are coming out with innovative ideas, self-driving vehicles. Their delivery system is perfect because they know that the cost of transportation, if the cost of transportation is high, right, it makes businesses very difficult. Prices goes up, but you have easy access to transportation. So here, you can give something to a dispatch rider, a short distance, they will charge you 100. So when you are buying food, the food will cost you about 100 cedis or 150. If you want a delivery, you will pay 100 cedis or more for delivery. Like the ladies, Vinolia, Rosemary, Rosita, they do that. We the guys, we don't do that. We don't want food to be delivered to us. Our logistics system is bad. So it makes things very expensive. So sitting in your house, if you don't feel like cooking and you consider buying food from where and delivering to me the amount, then you end up cooking. Because you spend more. But if you travel to these countries, it is easy. You pay less everywhere. They are green bike, the motorbikes are there. Some are using drone, any other. So it makes it very easy. Logistics is common. They have the system, the TMS. They have the softwares. Making things very easy, making logistics very easy. So businesses flourishes. The supply chain system is working. You can procure at any point in time, wherever you are, and easy. Delivery will be done a day or two. Sending goods from here to Kumasi is not easy. You have to go to VIP. There is no logistics. We don't have proper logistics. I've not seen any proper logistics company in this country. The government is not helping, and the individuals too. So it's making doing business very difficult. Local fulfillment and distribution. A distribution network in a supply chain is a connected system of warehouses and transportation hubs that receive inventories of goods before shipping them to customers. It serves as a connecting point between the manufacturer and the final consumer, either directly or via retail network. With evolving consumer demand, a quick and reliable distribution network is crucial. Two of the most crucial components of a distribution network are its proximity to the customer and its infrastructure. Smart transportation helps connect these components in a proper manner. Local fulfillment and distribution centers. We don't have them. When I was talking to you right now, I was going to mention that, but I was waiting for this. When you go to Makola, if you go to Kantamanto, if you go to Agboboshi, if you go to Kumasi, mention those areas. I don't think they have local distribution centers there. If they do, please help me out. But when you travel to some countries, they have local distribution centers. If you go to China, when you go to a place like the electronic markets, Shenzhen, they have SF Express. They have other logistics companies inside the market. It's a local distribution center. If you go to other places, all their malls, you have them. So what happens? Whenever people are buying online or people place order, as soon as possible, you call them, they come there, they pick it up, they package it, and then they send it. The next day or sometimes by close of today, so you can say, oh, send it in the evening. When they sometimes they do that, they pack everything, and then in the evening, they distribute them. The next day morning, you will have your parcel. Those that they will pack in the morning, by evening, you get it. There are local distribution centers or logistics companies within these market centers. So they make things easy. The retail markets, but I don't think we have them. Somebody should tell me if they have them at Accra, the Tudu area, that Blosh area, the Makola area, and other parts of the market centers. We don't have them. So all that we are doing is using the what do you call it? What do they call it? The delivery, the motorbikes. And then those people are taking advantage. There is no competition. Because those of you here who are into logistics, who have the money, like the Sylphys, the Franks, Tonys, the Jews, and co. You will not put your money into that. And one thing is that we are all learning. We are learning all these things. But what are we doing? We are learning. After that, we go and look for a job. But you know that, okay, all these things are there. How can I set up something, use maybe, let me start with one bike, because the history of SF Express in China, which is in Ghana now, he started by using bicycle. He was living in Shenzhen. Shenzhen is just closer to Hong Kong. Use motorbike, just train. When he crossed China immigration, if you walk to Hong Kong immigration, you take train and you go to Hong Kong. So they said he started that by going to Hong Kong, taking people's goods that they want to bring to China. And then when he get to China, he used bicycle and also to distribute it. And gradually, he started buying from bicycle to motorbike to small cars, and then getting an offices. And now SF Express has fleet of aircraft. Amazon, the same thing. But here, and nobody wants to be innovative and come out with that idea. And even if you do, the government will not support you, the bank will not support you with loan. Maybe you need more bikes, and even the staff. That is a problem. But there are opportunities all around us. But you sit down there and cry foul that there is no work in the country. Because even those staff that you employ, commitment will not be there. So all these logistics is an integral part of any business activities. But how it's being managed is the problem. With multimodal logistics, shippers have more access to various transportation modes and standardized transit schedules. This translates into benefits for safety, capacity, and reliability. Businesses can similarly streamline their reverse logistics as they move their freight to multimodal. Bypass geographical limitation. Extending a company's global reach is a key strategy for growth, because last mile delivery is so important to keeping customers happy. It is an essential component of logistics and supply chain management. However, getting it right is incredibly challenging due to geographical and infrastructural limitations. No matter where consumers are, goods are accessible to them through a well-planned transportation. Using transportation strategically can lead to a successful supply chain with both regional and global reach. So, enhance customer experience. A crucial component of transportation management is making certain that finished goods are delivered to customers on schedule and in the same condition as when they were shipped. One of the few steps in the supply chain where businesses interact directly with customers is delivery, which is heavily dependent on transportation. As a result, ensuring prompt delivery while taking precautions to prevent delays can boost customer satisfaction and build a brand's reputation for dependability and trustworthiness. And then supply chain sustainability. Inefficient and poorly optimized delivery routes increase the distance travel and fuel consumptions. They also lead to empty miles, which greatly impact last mile sustainability and business profitability. AI-based transport management solutions manage clouds plan and on-demand orders. That needs to be delivered on the same route to minimize trip volumes and improve delivery productivity. This also reduces the distance travel, fuel consumption, and delivery time. Supply chain sustainability. In developed countries, look at Amazon. They sit down, they plan that, okay, whatever happens, we want to make sure that when you place your order within a day, you should get it. Maximum 2 days, you should get it. So what did they do? They plan warehouses in most of the countries that they do business in. So when you order goods online in UK, they can deliver it within a day because they have a warehouse there, distribution and fulfillment centers. If you buy anything in Germany, in China, in US, even in US, some of the states, they have warehouses, fulfillment and distribution centers there. So that there is a supply chain sustainability. But in our country, we don't. So sometimes even within Accra, it is now that now we are beginning is like this Yango rice and then this dispatch riders and so on and so forth are coming in to make things easy, faster, and reliable. But before then, it wasn't like that. So we are praying that it will improve. But all these things we need sometimes government support, supporting small businesses with these ideas. The banks are not giving loan, and even if the banks will give you the loan, it's a killer loan. The government has to come in and then support. So now people with these innovative logistics ideas, people like you that are, undertaking these courses, will come out with innovative ideas to solve our logistics problem so that our supply chain will be sustainable. Until then, some countries are doing it. But Tony, please let me know when we are supposed to go on break, please. So,
All right, Doc. Our break will be at 10 o'clock this morning.
Break will be at 10. Okay, thank you.
We resume at 10:30.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Doc.
One moment, please. Okay, so how does intermodal transportation influence global supply chains? Intermodal transportation is one of the major supply chain trends currently prevalent in the transportation sector. Here, the freight is transported from source to destination by at least two different modes of transport. Generally, each means of transport is associated with a distinct supply and governed by individual contracts. However, every segment works in sync to achieve the agreed delivery timeline. The intermodal transportation method is of great help to ensure hassle-free international movement of products. For international shipment, once the products are loaded onto a container, they remain so through the entire journey. As this involves a mix of sea, air, and land travel, it is more fuel efficient and cost effective for companies to move bulk orders across borders. It ensures greater consistency and capacity utilization. Intermodal transportation is fast shaping the evolving role of transportation in the supply chain. So the story I told you earlier on with using the cheapest mode of transport, that because of the cost, instead of using the road, I used the rail. But I told you earlier on. So when I was talking, who can tell me the mode of transport that I use? Because I make mention of something, how the goods go to the final destination. So on my explanation or my story, what did you pick from the mode of transport that I use? Mr. Tufo?
Hello, Doc.
Yeah.
Yes. So from this your situation, you needed to transport your goods to the factory so that you can consolidate them and ship them to Ghana. So you initially use the rail transport.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then you ship all your goods by sea.
No, I mean within the country, not outside. We'll come to that. I said I move it by rail. Did I use intermodal or multimodal?
You within the country use intermodal.
Why?
Because you use intermodal because let me say you use two forms of transport mode to bring your goods.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Right. Thank you.
But I use two mode of transport. I want to find out if you guys are getting the concept of intermodal and multimodal. That is why I'm asking this question. Right?
Yes, sir.
So who can tell me who else? Let me give me his name. Okay, Tony, what Casasa? Me probably on Casa Tony.
No, please, just me. Then I want just to come in. Dog,
Okay,
what I got from your story was that it helped. There was efficiency and then cost reduction in the method that you used. That's what I want to say.
So, okay, that's good. But my question is, did I use intermodal or multimodal?
Dog, what you used was multimodal.
Why is it multimodal, but not intermodal?
Dog, within the country, you use the rail.
Mm-hmm.
When it crosses the country, you are going to use the sea.
You said it right. Your explanation, I don't buy it, Tony. Mr. Sedu.
Sir, please, with actually, you were using the multimodal, and then you were giving an examples like moving goods from one country to another country, and you were saying that you were to transport some items from one state to another.
Yes, one state to another. That is what I'm talking about. Not one country to another. One city to another.
Yes.
Have you finished?
Yes, but then the understanding I was getting is for multimodal, it is a contrast from you transport from one point to another. And it should be a particular company doing the same thing. But with the intermodal, you can give it to another person, a third party, the person do it, and then also transfer it to another transporter.
Okay. Emmanuel.
Look,
Yeah,
you use intermodal.
Why? Why, Emmanuel?
Because where there is necessary for the road, less Doc. Hello?
Yes, boss.
Yeah, I said you use transport because you use road transport and rail transport.
So is it multimodal or intermodal?
And the truth, less road transport, you will use that transport mode. And when you get to a place where there is less transport to transport your goods.
Okay, let's go through intermodal transportation, and then we come back again for you to get an understanding very well. So I'm saying that okay, to force hand it down. I'm saying that what it's saying here is that intermodal transportation is one of the major supply chain trends currently prevalent in transportation sector. Here, the freight is transported from a source to destination but at least 2 different modes of transport. Generally, each means of transport is associated with a distinct supplier and governed by individual contract. However, every segment works in sync to achieve an agreed delivery timeline. Intermodal transportation method is of great help to ensure hassle-free international movement of products. Hassle-free international movement of product. For international shipment, once the products are loaded onto a container, they remain so through the entire journey. As it moves, as this involves a mix of sea, air, and land travel, it is more fuel efficient and cost effective for companies to move bulk orders across borders. As it ensures greater consistency and capacity utilization, intermodal transportation is fast shaping the evolving role of transportation in the supply chain. So we are talking, intermodal is talking across what? Borders, right? But I made mention that I was moving goods from one city to another. So from the warehouse or from the factory, it was by road and then to the train station. And it moved by rail to the city. And then from train station of the city is by road transport to the factory. Right, Rosemary?
Doc.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, Doc, I wanted to ask, Doc, your story. Did you use different company to transport your goods? Or the same company?
It's the same company doing it for me, but they are using different mode of transport.
Okay, then I think you use multimodal transport.
Why? If it is different company, what will it be?
Hello, Doc.
And what if it is, let's assume I use different companies. Well, how will you term it?
Intermodal transport.
Why?
Because intermodal transport use different the individual use different company to transport their
You are not. I'm happy that I brought in these questions. It's good that I like it when my students are contributing so that I know your views and then we get proper understanding. So Rosita will talk. Rosita, I see your hand. Then I come out with proper explanation for us to understand it very well. So Rosita.
Okay, sir, I have a question. So, cocoa marketing, we have an inland port at Kumasi. When we do shipments, since it's an inland port, they have to bring it to either Tema or Takrade for the shipment. So the cocoa bags are loaded into the container and then transported by road. The trucks will bring it to the port before it is loaded into the container and shipped outside the country. So I wanted to know, is this one, since it's being transported from one city to another and then shipped out of the country, is it intermodal? Since intermodal is international shipment.
No, that is what it is, not intermodal, because you are doing it within the country. So you are using multimodal, even within the country, it's not multimodal, right? You are just moving it from from Kumasi, either by sea or by road to the port, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's single. Intermodal or multimodal comes in. Let's tackle multimodal first, right? You are moving goods to northern region, right? You move it from Accra, from the airport. Let's assume we have rail that is moving from Tema Port to Kumasi, right? But the rail does not go to northern region direct. So you move your goods by rail to Kumasi, and then you use road from Kumasi to the northern region. That is termed as what? Multimodal. You are using different modes of transport to move the goods from one location to another, right? Intermodal transportation is, I was going to ask you people to give me an example, which all of you know, but what is happening now, I think I have to tell you. You move a goods from China, you are moving a good from China to Burkina Faso, right? From China, you are shipping the goods from China. So you move the good from China because Burkina Faso does not have ports. It's a landlocked country. You cannot ship it directly to Burkina Faso by sea. So what do? You move the goods from China by sea to Ghana. And then from Ghana, you use another mode of transport from Ghana to Burkina Faso. In this situation, you are using intermodal transportation. Sarah, are you there? Rosita, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you get a point here?
Yes.
Jude, Mr. Tufo.
Yes, sir, Doc. It's very
Are
clear.
you okay? Are you okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so let's go back to intermodal again. Intermodal is saying that the international transportation method is of a great help to ensure hassle-free international movement of product. For international shipment, once the products are loaded onto a container, they remain so through the entire journey, right? As this involves a mix of sea, air, and land travel, international, right? It is more fuel efficient and cost effective for companies to move bulk orders across borders. So let's assume we bring the goods by sea from China, from US, from UK, from Germany, whatever, to Ghana. But the goods are going to the final destination is Burkina Faso, not Ghana. Therefore, because we don't have seaport at Burkina Faso, what do? Let's say, okay, the person is not even in Ghana. The person is in Cote d'Ivoire, at Burkina Faso, shipping the goods from US, Germany, UK, China, whatever, to Burkina Faso. But because they don't have, and the goods is supposed to move by sea. If by air, it is one mode of transport, air to Burkina Faso. But once it has to go through by sea, and you don't have ports, it's a landlocked country, they move the goods from the origin to Ghana by sea. And then they move it by a different mode of transport, either by air, by rail, or by land to Burkina Faso. In this situation, it is termed as intermodal transport. Rebecca.
Good morning, Doc. Okay, so
Good morning, Rebecca.
I want to understand you very well. So does it mean that if the mode of transport is different but is within the same country, let's say for instance, I'm transporting from Accra to Kumasi, but I use the sea from Accra to Takoradi and from Takoradi to Kumasi by land, it's still not intermodal because it's within the same
Multimodal.
country. It's multimodal
You are
because it's
using
even
different.
though I'm using different modes of transport, but it's within the same country. It is not
Yes,
intermodal.
it's multimodal.
Okay, so thank you.
It becomes inter because it is international. You are using the mode of transport internationally.
Okay, sir, thank you.
Rosemary.
Hello, Doc.
Rosemary.
Yeah, so Doc, then it means that the intermodal is more expensive than the multimodal.
No, we are not talking about the cost involved. We are talking about how easy. So they are saying that is why we are talking about, because definitely if you are using intermodal, when you are moving, let's assume you are moving goods from China to Burkina Faso. Even if it is one mode of transport, definitely it will be very expensive, right? It will be expensive than you moving goods from here to Burkina Faso.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yes.
Let's
Sir.
assume you are even using intermodal, right? Or whatever. It will be very expensive moving goods from China, from US to Burkina Faso through Ghana than moving it locally. So we are not looking at the cost, right? That is why it's how does intermodal transport influence global supply chain? Not cost reduction, but we are talking about the influence, how it helps. Are you okay?
Yes, sir.
So we are saying that it will be very easy. We know intermodal, okay, once you get to Ghana, definitely we can move by air or by rail to Burkina Faso. So definitely it will be very easy. It will be convenient. It will be efficient. So if where they are landlocked country, for instance, if you go to East Africa and some other countries, East Africa, what do you call it, Uganda, and so on and so forth, this country, what is its name? Kagame's country, Rwanda, right? All those places are landlocked countries. So they ship their goods to Kinshasa, any port in Kenya, and then they move it either by road, by rail, whatever mode, to Uganda and those landlocked countries, right? Because of intermodal, there has been a proper, efficient supply chain movement globally. Are we okay here?
Yes, Doc.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Doc.
So transportation optimization for efficient sustainability and profitable supply chains. Transportation optimization effectively assists transportation management system in saving time and speeding up that process, thereby reducing delivery delays. It also helps reduce transportation costs and simplify supply chain operation across geographies. Nearly 35% of firms now use TMS to manage their transportation network easily. Smart load selection, trip planning, driver selection, and tour planning are all features of intelligent TMS system that can reduce planning, that can reduce cost and boost productivity, efficiency, and customer satisfaction. Smart routing, intelligent allocation, and vehicle capacity planning are additional benefits. With optimization, companies can run fewer unnecessary miles and better use the existing delivery network capacity. Planning and optimizing routes is another use of optimization in the transportation sector. An optimized route fulfills the order's constraints and requirements while delivering the freight at the lowest possible cost. For drivers to guarantee more precise on-time deliveries, these technologies continuously resequence the remaining stops based on time commitments, current traffic, and new pickups. The end result is less mileage, better fuel use, and happier customers and drivers. So sometimes TMS systems, those companies who have TMS systems, they can even tell you when you are shipping goods, especially when you are choosing a shipping line, right? They know that, okay, this vessel will go through this country, it will pass through this country before it gets to your destination. So maybe it goes through two countries, destination, they will get there, offload, and then load, and then move to another country. They have this system, they can tell you. So you'll be able to choose which kind of transport system do I have to use. And even if it is only the sea, we have Max Line, CMA, and so China line and all those things. So you can choose. You have the options and you have the prices. So with these TMS systems, they have everything. Even where if passing through some areas is not safe. For instance, at some point in time, there were problems with there were pirates along the Somalia area so ships were not using that route. Therefore, they can tell you that, look, this time around we are not using this route. Therefore, when a ship it goes through this route and it will take a long time, instead of 30 days, it will be about 60 days or 45 days. So this transport optimization makes it very efficient, sustainable, and then profitable. Efficient in such a way that you will know where or which shipping line or which type of which mode of transport you are supposed to use to get your goods as fast as you want it. Profitable, you also know that which type of shipping line or which even air freight. They can get one, they can tell you that, okay, if you are using Emirates, it's cheaper. You are paying $15, $20 per kilo. If you are using Egypt Air or Ethiopia Airlines, you are paying either $10 or whatever per kilo. Why? Because with Emirates, once it moves, you are sure that the next day you are getting it. Sometimes Egypt, it takes like a week or more. Sometimes you'll not be certain. So you will decide. Or sometimes they can actually, oh, Egypt, you can get there the next day, you can get it, or 3 days, you can get it. Then you will make your choice. So it really helps to take decision as to which mode of transport you are supposed to use or which route you are supposed to use. Then from there, we go to modes of transport. The logistics industries have seen tremendous growth year in, year out in the supply chain. In 2024, ocean freight dominated the global trade with 70%, followed by the road freight at 18%, rail at 9%, inland waterways at 2%, and air freight at a small 0.25%. So, with my open introduction, when we're talking about mode, I think either it was a question or I made mention of that. So why do you think that ocean has 70%, road 18%, rail freight is 9%, inland waterway 2%, and air freight is 0.25%? Who can tell me why? But air freight is faster. That is the fastest among all. Adobia,
Look, it
Hello, Doc.
Chikata, you didn't raise your hand. If I'm not careful, we will find you.
Hello, Doc.
Yeah, Adobia.
So I think that with all the modes of transport, the sea or ocean is the cheapest in terms of cost.
Okay.
So obviously, companies would prefer using that one to
Okay.
save cost,
Uh-huh.
followed by the road. Even though rail transport is also very cheap, I think
Okay.
that road is easy to connect than the
Perfect.
rail.
Thank you. Thank you. I was going to ask you a question, but you've made it clear here now. So I think Chikata, your hand was up before the rest. So Chikata, let me hear you. Daniel.
Doc, it's Sikachu. Yeah, it's Sikachu.
Oh, sorry. Sikachu. Okay. When I saw the T,
Yes,
in fact, in my mind, I saw the T is Sikachu. Okay.
So compared to the ocean fleet, compared to the other ones, you can transport bulk or heavy goods at the same time compared to the other one. Again, it's cheaper. Like Adobia said, it's cheaper also if you compare to the other one. For instance, if you are bringing something from through road, and also some of the other type of transport, the logistics, I said the infrastructure needed to make it easy are not available. So ocean most of the times take chunk of the business because of these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sikachu. Tony, last one, and then we move on.
Yeah, Doc. I want to say that for the ocean, okay, why it is the cheapest mode? I would say because of economics of scale. You know, a single vessel can take about 20,000 containers at a go. And also, um, we don't need what we call road infrastructure costs. For instance, you are not going to be paying any kind of bridge taxes, tolls, and other things. So once you use the ocean, it's a free natural highway. And also, you only need few people to manage a ship. Like, for instance, 20 to 25 sailors to manage a whole ship carrying to about 20,000 containers. And though it is slow in speed, but operation cost is very low. And then you know that the our what our earth, our planet is 70% water. So we have a lot of space. It can contain a lot of vessels to convey items for for a long distance path. Thank you, Doc.
Okay, Tony, I agree with you on everything, with except that if we say they are free, you have international waters.
Yes, Doc.
And you go through all these international waters before you get to your final destination.
Yes, Doc.
You know that the agreements, World Trade Organization, the agreement by using international waters, like flying through the airspace. Then air is also cheaper because when you go into the sky, you not pay anything. And air also, this is some of your argument. Air also, there are few, what do you call it? Even that one is less. For one aircraft, you need one pilot and the assistant, and then the, what do you call it? The air hostess. So that one too, you don't need much staff to take care of. Right?
Yes,
but as you said earlier on, it can contain large volumes. Right?
Yes,
volumes. And then heavy equipment. That's some equipment that cannot come by air. One container, even especially this heavy duty tractors, equipment, and so on and so forth, will all come by sea. So it is convenient, very, very convenient to move certain items, especially those fragile items.
Yes,
even if it is frozen items, you can have a whole, what do you call it? Cold room, freezer, whatever, on the vessel to transport this, what do you call it? These perishable items, right? So the sea dominates because it is much more convenient, very cheap, and it can transport variety of goods, any goods that you wish to. Right?
Yeah. Hello, Doc.
Yes.
Doc, I agree totally with you. We also have airlines, cargo airlines too, but though they have cargo airlines, they can't take much volume as compared to the vessel. Yeah, I just add that.
And with the airlines too, the operation cost is very expensive. All right, let's move on. The global freight and logistics market is forecast to grow to 18.69 billion by 2026 at a compound annual growth rate of 4.4%. Looking solely at logistics, the global logistics market is expected to reach 6.55 trillion by 2027, growing at a CAGR of 4.7 between 2022 and 2027. The freight and logistics markets include the sale of services by companies that transport goods and commodities by rail, air, road, and water, using large vessels in the process of planning and executing the different transportation and storage of goods from point A to point B. to meet consumer needs in a timely and cost-effective manner. It includes warehousing, management, transportation, delivery, consultation, packaging, and legal services. It is most commonly employed in sectors such as manufacturing and automotive, oil and gas, mining, agriculture, fishing, forestry, construction, distributive, trade. This person is still trade and other end users. The most common types of logistics models are first-party logistics, and second-party logistics, and third-party logistics. So, who can help us explain first-party, second-party, and third-party logistics? Because I'm not familiar with that. Who can help me? Me and those who don't understand it. First party, second party, third party. Should I mention names? Haven't you come across these things in your journey?
Doc,
Yes.
please, the first party logistics can be like when a company handles its own transportation and delivery by itself without hiring any other company. Then second party logistics is when a company hires another company only for the transportation services. Then the third party logistics is when a business hires like an outside company to manage several logistics activities such as the transport, warehousing, packaging, and delivery.
Okay. Okay, it's good. You brought all this. You brought warehousing, packaging, and delivery into, and basically it's the distribution centers and the e-commerce. They use third-party logistics a lot. So, okay, who made this contribution? I did not check the screen who was talking.
Gabriela.
Gabriela, thank you very much because I have to note all those contributors. I do that for your eyes. Okay, so logistics has become an integral and growing part of the global economy as its worldwide application enables business to mark their presence in the international market. The sector allows companies to store and transport resources such as equipment, inventory, food, and materials to the desired destination. It helps organizations create added value, save money, deliver a better customer experience, and improve brand standard. Currently, many companies around the world are looking to strategic logistics management to lower their transport expenses. The manufacturing center leads the global market share as logistics help to improve efficiencies and production rates, cut costs, and boost customer satisfaction. The Asia Pacific region is the largest in the freight and logistics market, and North America is expected to be the fastest growing region between now and 2027. So as I told you, logistics earlier on, logistics is the core, is the heartbeat of every economy and in the business world. Because without a proper movement of goods, business will be very difficult, prices will go up. That is why when fuel, gases, and other things, prices go up, we have problem. Prices, no matter the situation, when fuel prices go up, it will affect every aspect of business because it affects logistics. Food prices will not go down. But as soon as fuel prices goes up, you realize that food prices and they go like, oh, transportation. So logistics is an integral part of every business that we do. In logistics, there are 4 main modes of transport. That is ocean, road, rail, and air. In this article, we explore each of them, including when you would typically use them and their pros and cons. Let's start with ocean shipping, the backbone of international trade. I'm not saying there is only 4, but this is the 4 main transportation systems that we use worldwide as far as business operation is concerned. We have pipelines and the rest for gas transportation. So ocean, more than 70% of global trade is carried by sea. And it's mostly done using container vessels where cargo is loaded into standardized shipping containers that are then stacked on board the vessels like one big name game of Tetris. Indeed, according to Statista 2022 data, the world 10 largest ports were responsible for the transportation of over 275 million 20-foot equivalent containers per year. This massive capacity is due to the large amount of freight that ocean transportation can carry versus all other modes, for which we touch on the importance of ocean transportation. Capacity. Of all modes of transportation, ocean offers by far the largest carrying capacity, both by volume and weight. Thus, ocean transportation is an especially good choice for oversized products or bulk shipment, for which we talked about it earlier on. Then cost effective. In carrying goods for long distance, ocean transportation is typically more affordable than air freight due to the difference in cost for fuel, while still able to transport around the world. It's also flexible. Did you know that you don't need to fill an entire shipping container to access ocean transportation? If you only want to ship boxes and pallets, you can choose less than container load shipping. Weather resistant shipping is really impacted by weather conditions in the same way that other modes can be, especially road. It is also safe due to the nature of ocean shipping. Cargo goes through minimal handling with less opportunities for tampering or thefts. Additionally, for dangerous or refrigerated goods, the security of the slower moving vessel means more protection from damage. Environmental impact. Ocean shipping tends to be more environmentally friendly for certain cargo, especially if it will otherwise be sent via air freight. Why will ocean not be the best mode of transportation? Speed. Though ocean transportation can carry significantly larger loads than the other modes, maritime shipping takes much longer. And then accessibility. If an end destination is inland, ocean needs to be combined with one or more modes of logistics transport. And how do we term this? Rosemary.
Doc.
Accessibility. If an end destination is inland, ocean needs to be combined with one or more other modes of logistic transportation. How do we term this?
It's inland ocean as well.
Rosemary, if I'm not able to answer this during our break time, you will have to sponsor us. If an end destination is inland, ocean needs to be combined with one or more other modes of logistics transportation. How can we term this? Rosemary owes us lunch this afternoon. Rosita.
Doc, let me try. Let me try.
Okay, Rosita, we are listening.
Yes, sir. Sir,
Who said you would
intermodal.
try?
Sir, it's
What?
Rosemary.
Oh. Sorry.
So who is talking now?
Rosemary.
Who said let me try?
Rosemary.
Okay, Rosemary, we are listening.
Okay, so sir, if our end destination is inland, ocean needs
to be combined with one or more other modes of logistics transportation.
And so say if our destination is on land, ocean, the ship can't deliver it to the end destination, so we'll have to use by road.
And how that is what I'm asking. I know we have to use by road. That is why I say we have to use one or more other modes of transport. So it's either by road, by rail, by whatever, by air. But I'm asking, how can we term this?
So then let's Rosita try, because I'm not really getting it.
You are not getting it. We are saying that if the destination is inland, right, we have to use different modes of transport. It should not be one. So if you are using different mode of transport, what is the term used for that? You are still not getting it.
Intermodal. Is it the intermodal transport, the one we mentioned earlier?
Rose, are you asking me or you are I'm asking you a question? I don't know. That is why I'm asking you. And you are asking me, is it?
Okay, so the modal transport. That's the term used.
Is it multimodal? Do we have multimodal?
Multimodal.
Hey, dog will kill us.
Oh, Richard, what have I done?
That is intermodal.
Look, we will use intermodal for the inland.
It's intermodal. See that? Let's get this thing with us so that as soon as anything comes in mind, we know it, right?
Yes.
I ask this question. I'm not supposed to ask this question. I ask it to know if we are grasping what we are doing along the line.
Yeah,
right?
it's true. Yeah.
Because we've talked about intermodal, multimodal. Are we grasping it? Do we know? So whenever something comes in mind, we know that, oh, this is what we are talking about, right? So, Rosemary, no offense. We are learning. We are all here to learn. I'm learning from you people whilst you are learning from me. Let's grasp it, right? So that when we are writing our exams, it comes in mind and we are good to go. It doesn't confuse us. So, if we are using the end destination is an inland, and we are using more than one mode of transport, right? If it's within the country, right, then it is multimodal.
Yes, Doc.
Because when you are using by sea, your next destination, like if you go to China, there are so many rivers that they use ships or ammunition to move goods, right? For instance, there is a city called Haikou. It's an island, right? So if you are moving a goods from Haikou to other parts, you move it by all these their ships, get to their port or whatever, and then you have to move it to either by rail or by car or to the other city. So this one can be termed as multimodal transportation system, right? But if it is supposed to be internationally moving the goods from China, from the UK, whatever, to Burkina Faso, it comes to Ghana, and then, or it comes to Ghana or Togo or whatever, and then it moves by road, by air to Burkina Faso. It is termed as intermodal, right? So let's get these things, let's get understanding very well. So whenever anything comes to mind, we automatically know. I know Rosita and what do you call it? Rosita and Anthony will be hitting on me right now because we have to go for break. So while ocean shipping takes your cargo from port to port, it is often combined with inland transportation to deliver cargo from door to door. Normally, that means using trucks and trains to move goods via road and rail. Let's take a closer look at these two modes of transport. Tony, should we continue or we go for break?
Doc, at this juncture, we go for break.
Doc, please, can I say something? Hello, Doc.
I'm here, Rosemary.
Yeah, Doc, I think we should continue so that we'll close early.
I don't have hands in this, please.
Please, it's break time.
Okay, I will not say anything about this. Otherwise, Rosita and Tony trust me. So the class will decide. If you want to close early, some people may be hungry. Because I know Rosita is hungry. I know somebody else is hungry. Rosita, are you hungry?
Say, I'm hungry.
Vignola.
Hello, Doc. I'm hungry.
You see? So, Rosemary, many people will not agree to this. Let's go for break. Many people will not agree to this. So, let's go for break. We come back at 10:30, right?
Yes, Doc. We resume at 10:30.
Okay, all right. Welcome back. Do you have a full class? Tony.
Yes, Doc. Please, colleagues are trooping in one after the other.
Okay, let's give ourselves a few minutes.
Yes, Doc. Hello, Doc. Hello, Doc.
Hello.
Yeah, please, we can begin.
Okay. All right. So, welcome back.
Thank you, Doc.
Thank you.
Okay. You have to finish this and start with we are closing at 12:30, right? Hello.
Yes, Doc.
Yes, Doc.
Okay. That means we have 2 hours. So we look at real. Our trains have integral to logistics in nearly every country in the world for more than 2 centuries, with particular high prevalence in Europe and North America, where railway networks are comprehensive. Containerized cargo can be moved by rail, which is great for intermodal transportation, where freight is moved by 2 or more forms of transport, from port to port via ocean vessel, then inland rail. We know that with the history of transportation, rail has been the integral part of transport. Initially, it was the major transportation system in the world. Then cars, road networks, sea and air came in. Most countries, they are fading it away. Other countries, they are developing it. And if you go to Asia, Hong Kong, China, Malaysia, other parts, Japan, they normally use the rail very well, especially in China. One good thing is that they have speed trains that move in between cities, sub-metros, underground trains within the cities. There are some trains like bullet trains can take you to like a trip that a car can take like sometimes 2 days, can take you like 3-4 hours. Place that a car can take like 4 hours, within 30 minutes, 45 minutes, you'll be there. By bullet train, fast trains, and then underground trains. So now rail has also become, a major means of transport within some parts of the world in the countries, as well as for businesses. So we look at their importance. Reliability. Due to the nature of rail schedule, goods are less likely to be delayed via rail than other modes of transportation, particularly road. And why is it so? Who can tell me? They are likely to be less delayed. Why? You guys are not supposed to go for break. Okay, Adobia.
Doc, there is no traffic when it comes to rail, so it moves without anything trying to stop it, I think.
Thank you. No traffic. Even if it is coming, when it's passing through road, cars must stop. You have to stop for it to pass. So very fast, especially the bullet ones. Fast. Capacity. Stephen, please. You are creating marks on the screen. So check your screen. Frank. Rail transportation can have a variety of capacities, from less than a container load to an entire train. Additionally, bulk items or heavy cargo can more easily be transported via rail than road. And then environmental impact. Though other modes are seeing innovation and decarbonization, rail transportation traditionally has the lowest environmental impact of all modes of logistics transportation. They are also cost effective. Rail transportation is typically more affordable than other modes of transport when it comes to long journeys. Right? So if we're talking about long journeys, apart from sea, road, air, rail is the cheapest. And now, before those days, it was coal. That chukuchaka time. Pollution of the environment. Now, all the trains are electric. So it is environmentally friendly. Rail started being electric that this electric EV car started coming in. So it has a good impact on the environment. The downside of a rail transport, transit time. While reliability of rail transport is certainly a benefit, it comes at the expense of longer transit time than other modes, particularly air. And then connectivity. Though some countries are very well connected with rail network, most deliveries require an additional mode of logistics transportation, such as road, to get to the cargo where it needs to go. As I said earlier on, there is a possibility of using, especially the sea, the river, and then the rail. There is a possibility of using more than one mode of transport. because the rail ends somewhere. Then you need land by road to take the goods to the other destination. So these are some of the downside of rail transportation. And then road. Road freight, where cargo is transported via trucks as an inland solution. It's a very popular choice for logistics transportation. Road is also the most common mode for last mile delivery, as its connectivity is unparalleled. It can facilitate intermodal transportation, as shipping containers can be loaded onto the back of a truck. Logistic products provided are increasingly offering more environmental friendly and affordable options for road transportation, for example, with the emergence of the EV cars. Importance of road transportation. Restriction, as opposed to rail, air, or ocean freight, road transportation has fewer restrictions for transporting hazardous materials. Tracking. With built-in tracking capabilities, road transportation offers great visibility, cost-effective. Depending on the route, road transportation can be one of the most cost-effective modes of logistic transportation. And then accessibility. Nearly every end destination is reachable by road, leading it to be the most accessible transportation mode with end-to-end delivery. It's also flexible. In contrast to other modes of transportation, road freight is easily adjustable in routes. Additionally, there are more options for customization depending on the needs of the shipper and the cargo. And you look at the downside of transportation, of road transportation. Delays. Road freight is particularly vulnerable to delays due to weather or road closures. Distance. Due to the nature of road transportation, it is impossible to implement as a mode for trans-global transportation, as it is only available as in an inland solution. Vulnerable to thefts, as trucks are on public roads and busy rail stop. They are more vulnerable to theft or tampering than other modes that use less travel pathways. And then speed also. Road transportation can be slower than other modes, especially air, and is more prone to accidents or breakdowns than other modes. The newest logistic transportation mode is undoubtedly air, where cargo travels long or short distance via airplane. Air freight is the most trusted mode for speed, with an airport-to-airport transit time as little as a few days. That's great news for moving time-sensitive cargo. It's also accessible all over the world and can be a quick solution when disruption arises. However, speed can come at a financial and environmental cost. I remember in 2008, a customer of mine had a contract to produce the envelope, 2008 election. The envelope, the one that DHL uses to send good, the soft ones that when you seal it, it's very difficult to open it. The one they put I think the result sheet in the envelope after everything and seal it. So this man had this contract as well as the indelible ink, and we have to work on this contract. So we did that for the main election. That one we did it by sea. We shipped it. So when there was a runoff, right? When there was a runoff of this election, because the one they did was for the main election, there was a shortage of that envelope, and they have to supply another envelope. So what happened? We had no option than to lift it by air. bulky, heavy, expensive. But once that contract has been given and we have to deliver, because the timeline was very short, we had no option than to lift it. But the freight we paid on that, I mean, look at the first one, it was for the whole nation. And that election, those of you who voted that time, maybe some of you were kids at that time, 2008, it's almost 20 years now. So even if we're 30 years by now, you were not voting at that time. So the main election, we ship it, but the runoff, it has to come by air. The freight we paid on that was much more than the one we paid for the whole contract. Much more, maybe sometimes times 2 the amount we paid, because that envelopes, I mean, rubber envelopes is heavy when you put them together and bulky. So this is, and it is faster. We ship it, and the next day it was in Ghana for clearance, whereby sea would have taken about 30 to 45 days. By that time, the runoff would have been over. But it came at a cost. So if you can, the speed is okay, you can have it as soon as you want it, but it comes a financial burden. So the importance of air transportation is reliability. So you can rely on it. It was like, oh, the next day it will be in Ghana, and it was in Ghana. So it is rare for air cargo to experience extensive delays. As the fixed schedule of air transportation means that freight must depart and arrive on time for the proper functioning of air traffic systems. Speed. Due to the nature of air transportation, the cargo benefit from a much more direct route than other modes. Security. With air freight, more than other modes, cargo is subject to the most rigorous review and protection. It also has a low risk. As cargo is under strict protection, insurance costs are typically lower than for other modes of transportation. And we will look at the downside. Due to the higher cost of fuel and additional security measures, maintenance, handling fees, etc., air transportation can be more costly than other modes of logistics transport. Capacity. Because of the size and weight limitation on airplanes, air freight is often not the best choice when shipping heavy or extremely large items. Additionally, it is often too dangerous to transport hazardous materials by airplane. So with this, I want, how many of you are in logistics companies? Who works in a logistics company here? Nobody? Last week, many of you told me you work in a logistics company. I was supposed to write your names down. Richard.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Don't you work in a logistics company? Where do you work?
I work with freight forwarding industry.
Richard, what do you do there? You mention your name because I remember last week you told me this. What do you do there?
Was sir, we clear goods for our clients.
And you are quiet. You are not talking. Richard, HAPP was shame. Instead of answering
Sorry.
this small question for us, you are hiding. You can hide though, but you cannot. You can run, but you cannot hide. We will fish
Sorry,
you
sir.
out. Somebody sent me private message mentioning your name that I should call your name. Do you know who the person is?
No, sir.
Okay. The person should send me message. Ask Richard. Ask Richard. Richard, you have to tell us this
Okay.
because you should know. They are saying that air freight is often not the best to expand shipping heavy or extremely large items. Why?
What I know about air freight is that they always weigh every item you bring before shipping it. And if the weight is higher for the plane can fall down. So they
No,
always check that.
no. It's not because the plane, because if a plane can take a car, a full car, and others, how can it fall down? Yes, it is true because they check the weight that the airplane is supposed to take, right? The cargo
And
in addition to the passengers. Yes,
one
it
thing
is
also,
true.
the
Uh-huh.
freight is charged. The freight is charged according to the weight.
Uh-huh.
The freight is charged according to the weight of whatever goods you are bringing or the item you are bringing or you want to ship.
Okay, so can you do comparison for us, freight and sea? Once you are in logistics, you do freight, you do air freight, you do sea, right?
Yes.
So give us example, because you are right. With the air, perfect is true, but compared to sea, can you give us example so those of us who are not into air freight logistics will know? You're on
Okay,
the right
compared to
path.
sea,
So do a
yeah,
comparison for us.
okay. When you are using the sea, it takes more weight, and it gives you. You even have the large quantity of goods that you want to ship. But when you come to the air, the quantity is less, depends on the weight. And the sea side too, let me say something about the sea. The sea too, they also deal with weight because when they are coming or they are ship, the ship is en route to wherever it is going, and they see that maybe because of the weight, something or anything wants to happen, they can jettison or they can take off some of the goods on the ship. But comparing the ship, the sea, and the air, we have to look at the sea because it takes more quantity or the larger quantity of goods that you are shipping.
Richard, are you an ever?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I like your accent. Richard, you are right.
Yes, sir.
Can someone else also contribute to what Richard has said? Richard, you worked in a logistics company, you have these ideas, and you were quiet. You didn't want to share it. Why is it that some of you feel like you feel reluctant to talk? Who can contribute? Another person in the logistics industry, let's compare ideas. Should I mention names? Rosita,
Yes, sir.
where do you work? Cocoa board.
Market.
Huh?
Yes, Cocoa Market.
Cocoa
Cocoa
marketing.
Marketing Company, sir.
You do shipment, right?
Yes, sir, we do.
Are you in the logistics department?
No, sir.
Where are you?
Warehousing and port operations, but my unit is operations management system. I basically work on the
warehousing and port operations. You deal with shipment outside. So once you deal with warehousing and port operations, okay. Richard has given us the air aspect. Give us the sea. How do they do their charging? We are talking about charging. We are not talking about. So how do they do their computation when it comes to charging?
So that is for the shipping department. I don't know much details.
You don't know.
That's
when you are working in this instance. Okay, let's move on. Let me buttress on what Richard said. In air freight, is charged by weight, kilos. They don't charge it by volume. So let's assume you are shipping. That is why air freight, when you have oversize items, you pay oversize. Because let's assume I'm shipping a long, maybe bar, which is something that is long, but it's lighter. They will ask me to take it to oversize, and they will charge me oversize. Whilst maybe I paid for the weight, they will still charge me oversize because it's big. Because they charge in weight. So when you have a full bag that is lighter, you can send it. If you have like jewelry, it's very small items that is heavy, you pay more. Unlike C, with C, they charge it in cubic meter, CBM. By air, they will tell you 1 kg is $50. But by sea, they will tell you 1 CBM is $300 or $250 or whatever per cubic meter. By air, they will charge you 1 container is this. But one thing is that doesn't mean that you can load with 28 CBM, with 20-liter container, it takes 28 CBM, and you have to load 28 tons. If it exceeds 28 tons, you have a problem. If we are loading 40-feet container, I think 60 CBM or whatever, but the tonnage is a little bit above 28 tons. So if we're loading 40-feet container, you can load bulky items, everything provided. Like for instance, if we're loading tiles, it is better to load it in 20-feet container because they are heavy than putting it in 40-feet container because you cannot load much. So when they are charging, like for instance, if we're shipping furnitures, because furniture is bulky, you pay more. But if we're loading jewels or anything that is smaller but heavy, you can load as many as you want in a container. You pay the same amount, unlike air. So air, as Richard said, they charge per weight in kilos. By sea, the container go with cubic centimeters, CBM. So it makes transporting heavy equipment by air very expensive. Very, very expensive. That is what makes air. That is why he's saying that. A moment, please. That is why it's not best choice when shipping heavy or extremely large items. So if we're logistics, if we're procurement, whatever, you have to advise your client, whereby I do advise them. Okay, these goods, if you don't want it faster, why don't we do it by sea? The cost is less, but it will take much time. And it is also too dangerous to transport hazardous materials by airplane. Nowadays, they don't allow batteries and the laptops, and even now, recently, they don't allow even, what do you call it, power banks, right? Because it can catch fire easily. When you are checking in items, they ask you, I hope you don't have batteries, you don't have whatever, you cannot check in all these scooters and all those things into an airplane because it's very dangerous. That is one of the disadvantages. So, in conclusion, the supply chain network is expensive and there is a room for a lot of Tony, you don't want us to finish. Let me finish this, then if you have any question, you ask. Okay. I'm sorry, sir. So the supply chain network is expensive, and there is a room for a lot of different players to fill the various needs in the industry, especially the transport industry, which is the linchpin of the supply chain industry. Logistics is evolving quickly into the 21st century, but practices across the value chain still rely on antiquated technology and archaic process to keep goods moving. The one thing we know for certain is that the investors will continue pouring huge sums of money into the industry, and the players across the entire value chain will need to keep evolving and improving to meet the on-demand customer expectations. Right? So in conclusion, you know why I always say this, your course, this the profession that you are choosing, is a gold mine. I always say it. You identify the opportunities in this area and then move to it. Procurement, logistics, and supply chain. Look, it's a gold mine. Why? Technology may come on, some may go, but it cannot do away with human intervention in this industry, in this profession. So if you find yourself, there are so many opportunities in this profession, and it is a gold mine, because even though there has been improvement, logistics, supply, improvement, bringing in robots, AI, drones, and so on and so forth, but it has to deal with human intervention. Therefore, it becomes a gold mine. It's an opportunity in the business sector. So with this, we bring this week 1 slides to an end. Tony, I saw your hand up. Please, let's hear you. And if any other person has a question or any contribution, let's hear you, and then we move on to the next.
Doc, please, I wanted to ask, what kind of fuel does vessel use?
Fuel?
Yeah, I'm asking this because, they travel, for long distance, a lot of miles to get to their destination. And do they really run out of fuel in their voyage?
And this one, as you are asking me, what I know is that airline use aviation fuel. And normally they have 2 engines. They have compartment that they know the distance that they are traveling. So I don't know exactly which type of fuel they use, because I am not into that. But definitely they may have, as you said earlier on, or you were not the person, that they have technicians on board, right? I think I have a friend of mine who works in the ship. He's in the American Army. Maybe I have to find out from him how they used to refuel their ships while they are sailing, so that when we come next week, or if anybody has any idea about it. Because definitely what I may know is that when they are traveling a long distance, they must have spare. And some of them, they dock. When they are traveling, sometimes they go to they have a country that they have to dock, offload, refuel, and then continue. Some also go direct. And those who are traveling direct, if it is 1 month, they may have an excess fuel on board, so that as they go along and then they short fuel, they can refill. Or maybe the capacity of their tank, the reservoir, the reserve tanks, and all those things. So I think we have to find out, and then when we come next week, we deliberate. Or if anybody has an idea of how they refill, what type of fuel they use, the person can share with us.
Thank you very much, Doc.
Any question, any contribution?
Doc, please, Jude hands is up.
Jude, I'm not seeing it here. Okay, Jude.
Hello, Doc. Please, when you were making the comparison between the sea, that's the sea, and then that of the air, you were saying that with the air, normally what they normally check is the weight, and that of the sea is the cubic meters. I wanted to know, because the sea too, I'm sure the vessels also moves with weight, because the weight is more than that too, they wouldn't take those containers. Why is it that the weight is not considered here?
I didn't say weight is not considered. You did not hear me. I did not say weight is not. I said when you are loading 20 feet container, it's supposed to be 28 tons. If it is more than 28 tons, you have problem, right?
Yes.
And you are loading 40 feet container, it's a little bit above 28 tons. That is why when you are loading, I made mention that when you are loading towels, it is better to load 20 feet container because it's heavy. You were not listening, maybe you didn't listen very well. I didn't say it because there was a time that I loaded goods. When it got to the port, because before they onboard your container, it has to be weighed to check if the weight of the container it conforms to it. If it is more than the weight, even just a kilo or two, they will ask you to take it off. So when you are loading 20 feet container, it shouldn't be more than 28 tons, right? So they check the weight very well. But what I'm saying is that the charges, they don't charge based on weight. So you can load a 20 feet container, which is up to 28 tons. You pay the same amount. You can load a 20 feet container, which is about 10 tons. Just 10 tons, you pay the same amount. You get that, Jude?
Oh, okay. Yes,
But
sir.
by
Yes, sir.
air, it is by weight. So when they give you 223 kilos, right? It should be 23 kilos. Even first, when you are even your luggage, they have given a weight that it shouldn't be more than 32 kg. So if one bag is more than 32 kg, they will ask you to take it off, to take some off. And the airlines that give two luggage 23, they will make sure that your luggage is 23 kg, right? If there is an excess, you pay. And you cannot pack anything more than 32 kilos. And the reason being that those workers, the labor who lifts the bags and all those, if it is heavy, it becomes very difficult for them to lift it up. So it should be 32 kg, not more than that. But there are some other items, that one is the check-in luggages. But there are some other items like the vehicles, like those cargo side, which can be more than that. And they will use forklifts and other things to load. Now, what I'm saying is that for air by freight, it is charged, as Richard said earlier on, by weight. But with sea, even though they check the weight before the container onboards the vessel, they check it to know that if it is 20 feet container, it's supposed to be 28 tons. If it is 40 feet container, I think it is about that one to 28 or 30 tons or so. But it takes 60 cbm. 60 cubic centimeters. So do you get it here, Jude?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Any question? Or we should move on? Richard.
Yes, sir. Sir, it's about intermodal.
Yes, boss.
On the slides, you said when the container is loaded, it remains like that throughout the journey. Please, I want to understand that part.
Did I see that on the slide that
It
intermodal
is on
when
when the container is loaded, it remains so, yeah, something like that throughout the journey. So I want to know what you mean, please.
there is a continuation. There was a continuation. Mm.
Okay.
I was like, it remains that throughout the journey, but when it is supposed to meet to the inland, right?
Okay.
It said, for international shipment, right?
Yes.
Once the products are loaded onto the container, they remain so throughout the entire journey, right?
Yes.
It remains so throughout the entire journey. Like when we are moving from China to the destination, it remains, one shipment remains so throughout the journey. But as it involves a mix of sea and air, right?
Yes, sir.
And land travel, it is more fuel efficient. So as it involves, right? That is why I said it did not end there. As it involves, so the movement it moves from China to Ghana, it remains the same to Ghana. But as it has to move with other mode of transport, then it becomes intermodal to the final destination, the last mile. Right? So for one shipment, we know that once you are moving from one destination to another, it should be the same. That is one mode of transport. But once it has to change from one mode of transport to another, that is a mix of sea, air, and land transport. Right? It becomes more fuel efficient for companies moving bulk orders across borders.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Because what we are saying is that intermodal, the influence it has, when you ship one goods, we assume that if it is coming by sea, it is go through to the final destination. So if it is from China to Ghana, it is one mode of transport that will get to Ghana, right? But once it is an inland, definitely it has to go through another mode of transport.
Yes.
Especially when moving heavy duty equipment, right? But because when we are moving it by air or by, let's say, land, rail, it's because land and rail is more expensive. That is why it has become an influence. People has bought into that. That is why rails are linking one country to another, with the exception of Africa. So that when you get it to the destination, the transit point, you can move it with a different mode of transport, which will be cost effective. Hello? Richard?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Esegoma?
Hey, Mr. Goma.
Okay. Should we move on?
Yes, sir.
Doc, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you. It's still around. Sarah,
Yes, Doc.
Sarah, I mentioned your name earlier on, but you did not
Doc, I
respond.
went off. My lights went off, so my Wi-Fi left me.
Hey, Sarah, I don't know.
Hey, Doc. Doc, I'm here now.
All right, welcome back.
Thank you, Doc.
Are you okay, Sarah? Should we continue?
Yes, Doc, we can continue.
Okay, so we will look at transport infrastructure and network planning, and then transport economics, and then look at transport regulation and policies, laws and regulations that governs transport system. Like Tony said earlier on that the drivers are not using the load bed and so on and so forth. I said that there are rules governing that, but just that we are not complying to those rules. So we look at some regulations and policies as far as transportation is concerned. So in logistics, transport infrastructure and network planning are crucial for efficient movement of goods, involving the strategic design and management of transportation routes, facilities, and resources to optimize the flow of products from origin to destination. Transport infrastructure encompasses the fixed installation and facilities used for transportation, including roads, railways, airways, waterways, canals, pipes, pipelines, and terminals like airports, railway stations, bus stations, warehouses, and tracking terminals. It plays a vital role in the efficiency, reliability, and cost effectiveness of logistics operation, directly impacting the management of supply chain access. So now we know that transport infrastructure is not linked to only road networks and rail networks, right? It goes a long way to, the canal with the waterways, as I said earlier on, where Cheddar promised that he will do that for us. We have terminal, the bays, right? Like the airport, railway station, the bus stations, tracking terminals, and so on and so forth. Yeah, they all play a vital role to make transport system, complete. So we look at our network planning, that is the design of the network. In the rapidly evolving landscape of global logistics, designing an effective transportation network is crucial for companies striving to maintain a competitive edge. A well-structured transportation network ensures the timely, cost-effective, and reliable movement of goods, which is vital in meeting customer demands and optimizing supply chain operation. This reason will explore the key aspect of strategic transportation network design, its significance in global logistics, and the strategies companies can adopt to enhance their transportation network. So we look at the importance of strategic transportation design. A strategic transportation network encompasses the planning and optimizing of routes, modes of transport, and logistics hubs to ensure efficient movement of goods. Its importance has been tabled as follows. Cost efficiency. By optimizing transportation routes and selecting the most cost-effective modes of transport, companies can significantly reduce their logistics costs. This includes minimizing fuel consumption, reducing transit times, and avoiding unnecessary handling of goods. Companies can leverage advanced technologies and analytics to optimize these routes and ensure cost-effective solutions. So those of us who have done supply chain analytics, what can we do to use advanced technologies to leverage advanced technologies and analytics to leverage and optimize our routes efficiently? Frank. Frank.
Doc,
Frank, good morning.
morning, no, Doc.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, please, sir.
You are hiding.
I'm not hard, I'm following, strictly following.
Okay. So we are saying that we can use technology to optimize technology and analytics to optimize our routes, right?
Yes, sir.
To ensure cost-effective solutions. And based on our past experience, how can we use technologies and analytics to optimize our routes?
So
Frank,
can
we
you
did
use,
this. So
yes. So you can use tracking. Hello.
we are saying to optimize, we are doing road design. We are doing road design, right? We are not doing security. It is a road design, network design, right? So how
Yes,
can
sir.
we use technology and analytics to design our road network? Yes. Yeah, come.
Can someone help?
Okay. Oh, but someone can. Okay. You owe us lunch next week.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Frank. Okay. Tony.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah, I've seen your hand now.
Doc, I would like to talk about, first of all, let's understand what the analytics is or what analytics are. We are using, we are referring to the use of data, algorithms, artificial intelligence, and predictive modeling to make smarter decisions about
Okay.
about how our roads are planned,
Okay.
or managed, or also maintained and used. So it
Okay.
goes beyond simple data collection to actionable intelligence. So I will first talk of the traffic flow. I'll talk
Okay.
about the traffic flow.
Okay.
For the traffic flow, um, the problem in Ghana is that for instance, Accra suffers the worst traffic congestion. The Accra Temamoto Way, now that they are constructing the road, and then the Kwame Nkrumah Circle, the La Paz and Achimota corridors are consistently gridlocked. So what advanced analytics can do here is that it will analyze the real-time traffic data here from cameras, GPS devices, and mobile phones to identify where the congestions are. Okay. Also, we use AI-powered traffic signal controls, which signals automatically and adjust timing based on the actual traffic volume rather than the fixed timers. We have traffics in our highways, and I can't tell whether they are working or not. And one also thing is that the advanced analytics can also identify the peak hours, the bottlenecks, and accident-prone zones using historical data. Okay. So with this, I think the advanced analytics can help solve this. Then the last I can mention will be um, the axles. When I say the axle, I'm talking about the axle load and the freight data for pavement designs. When you look at our roads, we have axle road, we have the pavement designs as well. So the problem that I have also encountered is that the Ghanaian roads or our major roads, they deteriorate rapidly because they are designed for light vehicles, but used by heavily loaded freight trucks. Okay. And here also, what the analytics will do is that it will collect axle load data from weigh-in-motion sensors on existing roads. I quite remember I was planning the Achimota Road, and some police and the road officers, they stop our truck and then they weigh the truck. I don't know what they were taking that data for, but I believe they are collecting data for this purpose. So analytics will determine the actual road spectrum, how heavy vehicles really are on that specific corridor. So it will feed this into pavement design software to calculate the thickness of the road layers. Okay, based on so that will determine the asphalt that they will use to do that, and also so basically it will help solve this problem. Thank you very much, though.
Okay, Tony has taken us far. You see, as Tony said earlier on, Frank, you owe Tony lands, not you owe him lands. We use analytics, data, go beyond AI, machine learning, IoT devices, right? So with machine learning and then data AI, it can tell you which areas has traffic congestions, which area is the shortest route that you can use. Maybe if sometimes when you go, you put the address in the map, the Google map, it can give you 3 options. This road is 30 minutes. This road can take you 35 minutes or 40 minutes. This road can take you 25 minutes. But there is traffic on this road. There is this road. It gives you these options. So you can choose because of technology, so that you will not get yourself stuck in the traffic, especially when you have to deliver the goods on time, or you not get yourself stuck in the traffic to consume much more fuel. Because the more you stay in the traffic, the more you consume fuel, even the same distance. But when the vehicle is on a smooth movement, you don't consume much fuel. Therefore, technologies and analytics will help you to optimize your routes very well, and then you save costs as far as transportation logistics is concerned. Then talk about reliability and speed. A well-designed transportation network ensures that goods are delivered on time, enhancing reliability and customer satisfaction. Speed is particularly critical in industries where time-sensitive deliveries are essential, such as perishable goods and e-commerce. Companies which create networks that prioritize speed and reliability, ensuring timely deliveries, even under challenging conditions, excel in logistics and transportation industry. That is why road networks is very, very good. But we lack. We have road network deficit in our country. Because in from here to Kumasi, previously it was like 4 hours, 3 hours, but now it can take you more than 6 hours. We don't have good road network, so it is not reliable. When we are moving from Accra to Kumasi, maybe on a normal day you can forecast, you can give and take 3 hours, or let's say 4 or 5 hours. You end up spending 6, 7 hours, especially those days when the Amasaman Road, they were constructing it a year or so ago. You can get stuck at that place for more than 2 hours. And then there was no area there. That one to Eninem Township or whatever, that one to you think of another 1 hour or so in a traffic. But if you have a good road network, from here to Kumasi wouldn't take you like 2 hours. So you know that if I have to make a delivery in Kumasi or Takrady at 6 a.m., when I set off at 4 a.m. from Accra, by 6, I have to be in Kumasi or Takrady, plus or minus 15 hours late. So if you have a good road network, it can be reliable. Speed is assured. That is why most countries invest in this transport infrastructure, because it is a hub development It's all about it. You can move goods, perishable goods here and there. People are moving perishable goods like eggs. Sometimes you see that the cars, some of them has turnover because of our bad road network. So it is proper when, but this one, it rests us, I think, who asked this question, that why is it that he's asking lecturers that why we cannot do all these things? It's about those who govern the country. They are supposed to put these things in place for you and I, so that our businesses will run smoothly. And then we look at warehouse and inventory management, which is also part of it. Flexibility and scalability. An effective transportation network is flexible and scalable, allowing companies to adapt to changing market conditions and customer demands. This includes the ability to handle fluctuation in shipment volumes and to quickly reroute shipments in case of disruption. It is imperative for companies to design networks that are inherently flexible, providing their clients with the agility needed to respond to dynamic market conditions. How can a company, right, design a network which is flexible in this country? It is not easy, right? But with a country, in a country with a good road network, you can design which route you are supposed to use, so that you know that whenever we move, we are on this route, we are using this route and get to this place. We are designing our transportation network in such a way that, okay, if I use road to go to this place, it's faster, or I can use rail for this goes. If I'm using rail, it is better for me to, you can design your transportation network better because you have different networks. Transportation, road network, air is okay, sea is okay, rail is okay, land is okay. So you can design your transportation network. If goods are going to Kumasi or Takrady or Tamale, with Tamale, let me use multimodal. So I will go by rail from Accra to Kumasi so that it will be faster for me to reduce cost. And then from Kumasi to Northern Region or Sunyani or any other places, I can go by. If I have a hub in Kumasi, I will put everything in Kumasi. Right, that is where your warehouse and inventory management comes in. So that I'll move by rail in bulk, send them to Kumasi. And from Kumasi, I distribute it to the neighboring cities by road. I'll move by rail to either Cape Coast and Takrady, and then use land to distribute to the neighboring cities around Cape Coast and Takrady. You can design your transportation networks very well if you have a proper road networks or transportation networks in your country. But it is very difficult. Though we try, we design, but it's unpredictable. A time will come, you meet traffic at Kaswa to what do you call it? Winneba Junction when going to Cape Coast. At some point in time, so it goes to some time when we used to travel from Kaswa to from Accra to Takrady. Sometimes we have to set up at dawn, wait. So that traffic on the way will subside. How many minutes?
Hello, Doc.
Hello?
I think perhaps he's a bit engaged and he will join us shortly.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. Risk mitigation. Strategic transportation network design involves identifying and mitigating potential risks such as natural disasters, political instability, and transportation bottlenecks. This ensures business continuity and minimizes the impact of disruption on supply chain. Companies which implement robust risk management strategies to ensure the resilience of their transportation network always have comparative advantage over the others who don't put such strategies in place. So when we talk about when you are designing your transportation network, you identify the potential risks along the way and then find a solution to it. If we're a shipper, if we're a logistics company, and we are designing a transportation network in Accra based on the goods you supply, what are some of the potential risks will you consider? Let me look at those who have not. Jonathan. 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 Hello.
Yes, Doc.
Jonathan, why are you hiding?
No, I'm not hiding, Doc. I'm following.
I've mentioned your name like 20 times. Jonathan, you are a logistics company and you are designing your transportation network, right?
No,
in Ghana.
is it? No,
What
is
are
it my
some of the
network is not trying
potential risks?
to
I'm
drop
listening.
me?
What are some of the potential risks that you consider?
Doc, you said
You have a logistics company, right? And you are designing a transportation network. What are some of the potential risks that you consider along the road, your network, your route?
The poor road network will be one. The network,
okay,
the road infrastructure will be one. As to whether it is good or bad, you consider that. And then you also consider some natural disasters that may occur.
And what are some of the natural disasters do we talk about in our country?
The weather.
Is the weather natural disaster?
No, it depends. It depends on the gravity of probably the weather. If it rains,
what natural disaster do we have in our country?
Let's say, sometimes fire. Some of the fires may not be set by human beings. On the road.
On the road.
Accident
we are
is not
talking
a
about
natural
road
disaster.
network, Jonathan.
Yes, accident is
we
not
are
a
talking
natural
about
disaster,
road
but you may
network
consider.
Design. You mentioned about bad road networks. Fine, it's a potential risk we have to consider. But do you think fire is part of natural disaster as far as our road is concerned?
No, that's what I'm saying. Fire may not be a natural disaster, but at times, fire outbreak may obstruct movement.
Where does it?
Fire occur along?
We are talking about natural disaster, earthquake, cyclone, tornado. I don't want to mention some of them that we can get in Ghana. That you don't have control about it.
Yeah.
You are talking about road, road network. You have to consider. And when you mention natural disaster, what are some of the natural disasters that you consider? I want you to mention just one.
So let me think through and come back.
Okay. Okay. Amina.
Yes, sir. So,
Potential risk.
so I will consider an area where there will be easy access to a network where I can track any vehicle coming. I also consider the road, whether the road there will be no or not too much traffic congestion. I also consider an area where, let's say, like for instance, in the hospital, we have a land that we've reserved for flight in case there's a patient they are bringing in where from
Amina.
other countries. Yes, sir.
I'm talking about potential risk on our way, right?
Okay.
You are talking about designing the road network, which is very good. All that you are talking about is the design. But now our concentration is on the risk aspect. And he has mentioned road. He talked about natural disaster, but he said he will come back with a natural disaster. So what are some of the potential risks?
So the natural disaster, let's consider a flood. You have to look flood. You
in
have
Ghana here,
as in Ghana here, like
in
we have so
Accra.
many flood gutters, yes, in Accra here. And then when it rains, it blocks so many roads. You see water carrying cars and even sometimes kiosks and even sometimes very heavy machines or cars on the water. So I think
Yeah, I was expecting Richard to mention flood because even in Accra here, if you are designing a transportation network in Accra, flood as a natural disaster should be your priority. Look at the road, the network in which when in case there is flooding, it does not affect that areas very much. So that in case anything happens, you can use that route. Road networks, very bad, very poor. Fine. Sarah, I saw your hand up. Do you want to contribute?
Yes, I wanted to mention heavy rain and the flood, but Amina said it.
Okay, Amina have said that. And
But
then who want to
another
say?
thing we can, if I can continue that,
Yeah, you
another
can
risk
continue.
I may consider is regulatory and compliance risk in regard to
Regulatory and compliance rate.
yes, in regard to the regulations, the government regulations on roads. For example, I think we've already spoke about the hazard weight that normally the truck should not exceed. And if you exceed the weight, the police can stop you on the road, and then your truck will not continue. So it will definitely distract your plans.
Do we term that as a risk? It's a regulatory that you have to comply. When you comply, you don't have problem, right? They said don't load it beyond this weight. If you comply, how does it become a risk, Sarah? If they say thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. If I'm not stealing, is it a risk?
No.
You see, so regulatory compliance is, we are talking about risk as we are talking about flood, rain and flood. It's a risk, it's natural disaster. When it is raining, maybe you plan that you are moving the next morning, and then at dawn, heavy rain. The next morning, everywhere is flooded. You did not anticipate that the next day it will rain. Which route? What is the alternative route that you can use? Because you cannot stay because every area is flooded. So what is the next alternative route that you use instead of going through the flood areas? It's a risk. Rebecca.
Sorry, you can say earthquake too. Sometimes there are earthquakes on our roads.
Do we have earthquake here? Have you have a severe earthquake that the road that has been cracks on the road that cars cannot move in Ghana?
Okay.
No.
Because we are limiting ourselves. Yes, in some countries we can talk of earthquake. That's true. Like especially Asia, right? In some countries like America, we can talk of tornado, right? This flood, they also have flood. We can talk of that. But in Ghana here, it is tremor. It's not an earthquake. Because since, for years, since I started growing up, I've never seen, earthquake. It's tremor. There have not been any distraction as far as earthquake is concerned. So we are limiting ourselves. Sikatu.
Yes, Doc. Doc, please, I would
Yeah.
like to talk about the human factors or the risks to the that involve the human element in the usage of road.
So what is the human factors that
I,
you have to go talk about?
I want to look at distracted drivers. Sometimes there are lots of times that the drivers on a road are distracted either by looking at their phones, sometimes because of infotainment, they are enjoying themselves, or even fatigue. It causes a lot of accidents. That is a risk. And also, I want to look at
Yeah, Sikatu.
aggressive
I
or
think, okay, continue.
I also
Continue.
want to look at. I spoke about overspeeding and drunk driving. That's also a part of the human element, risks associated with our roads. And also looking at the pedestrians who do not really understand some of the road signs. There are places that you see somebody who might be standing close to a zebra crossing, but they do not understand. They rather go to somewhere where there are no zebra crossing and try to cross the road there, thereby causing an accident. So basically, I want to speak about the human element, and that is it. Thank you.
It seems, Sikatu, you are not getting the concept, the question I'm trying to ask. I'm saying that we are designing a route network, right? And designing a route network, we should consider some kind of risk. So drivers drinking and drivers concentrating on their phones, we have to educate them. We have to give strict rules, right? There should be monitoring system, other cameras in their cars, and so on and so forth, right? But if we are designing road network, transportation network, those pedestrians and other people, it doesn't count. That is why we are talking about bad road. Which road is not good? We are not using that road unless like we don't have any alternative. When there is flood, what are we going to do? You understand? And then talking about there are some roads that has robbery on the road. For instance, when we travel to Prisia, and then after having the meeting, we were supposed to leave there, and it was late. And they were like, okay, one road from Takrade through Bogoso, and that road is very, very bad. And they were like, oh, you can use this road, but this road at night is not safe because people attack people on that road. So you cannot use, but the road is very good because if you pass through the bushes and get to the main road, it starts to whatever, Bogoso or whatever. All right. There is risk. So let's assume you transport those mining companies there, they transport cash and all those things, their gold and all those things. When they are designing a road network, that means you cannot use that road. You have to be very careful. That road, because there is robbery, people attack the users of the road, the drivers and on that road and take money and other things from there. But with us, we use that road because we know that, okay, those who want to attack should come. We are fully prepared. We're only two of us. We use that road, and trust me, at night, from I think 7 o'clock, 8, we were driving in a bush, thick bush. That two cars cannot, when a car is coming, you have to park for the other car to use to pass before you can go. But when we traveled through the bush for about 30 minutes to 1 hour and got to the main road, the road was good, straight to Takrady, right? So when you are designing a road network, you have to consider all this risk. That is, we are talking about risk in relation to designing a road network. So internationally, we are talking about political instability. A place where we have, especially in Nigeria, if we're in Nigeria and we're designing a route, consider these people, what do you call it? The Boko Haram, where they are. Don't fly that route, right? A countries that there is this civil war. You don't have to. Even designing transportation network. There are some routes like Somalia and area there because of the pirate there. They don't normally use there. Like if you plan recently the Iran-American war, you know, they block the towns. Nobody can use it. So you have to take all this into consideration. This place, there is a possibility that there should be a problem. So even now that everything is okay, we can use that. But in case of anything, where can we use? What is alternative route for us? I hope we all understand it here. And so companies which implement robust risk management strategies to ensure the resilience of their transportation network always have comparative advantage over others who don't put such strategies in place. Why? If I'm planning my road network and I know that in Accra, sometimes when it flood, it's not easy some areas. So now, in case there is any flood, this will be the alternative route that I will use. It is there, roadmap. So even if I'm not at the office and then Richard takes over, there is a blueprint there. Richard knows that in case of flood, when we have to move, we use this road. When there is flood, we are good to go. We will not wait. But someone who has not planned the network very well and flood hits, then you'll be caught up. You have no other alternative. It is now that you'll be thinking, what am I supposed to do? So it will take you a day or half a day before you find other alternative. By that time, we are gone. I hope it's clear. Tony.
Yeah, yes, Doc.
Tony, make it brief and let's move on.
Doc, I think before we did not understand your question, but we have understood it now with your clarification you gave. Also, I want to just talk about just one risk that I have identified, which will be the environmental or it's a social risk during the construction. I'm saying this is that let's take a look at the Kokwasia Masamai Road. In construction, we realized a lot of people were displaced, homes were displaced. And then it causes some kind of legal challenges and delays of the road. And then some of the impact was that the construction damages the water sources used by these communities. And then also resettlement of household without proper compensation. So these are some of the risks that were prone to happen. And also environmental damage to protected forests.
Tony, what has it got to do with me planning my road network? If Pokwasi Road is being constructed and people have been, no, I'm designing my road network. I'm looking at things that will affect me, not the next company, not anybody, right? So when I'm designing my road network, I don't care about Boko Haram people that are fighting. I don't care about Iran-US war. I don't care about Russia-Ukraine war. All I care about is that because I know that this place, there is a tendency that Iran, America, or Israel can attack them. So now, I use that route most times. So let's assume there is anything happens at that place. What is the next alternative route that I should use? I will not think about how they will be bombing Dubai, how they will be bombing Saudi Arabia. No, that is their problem. My mind is that, do I have other alternative route that if anything happens there, it will not disrupt my activities? Tony, are you okay with that?
Yes, Doc, I'm following.
So I will not think of they constructing Pokwasi Road that it will misplace what do you call it? People that live around, or gutters or pipes or whatever will burst. No. What I'm thinking is that if they are constructing Pokwasi Road and I cannot use Pokwasi to Kumasi, what is the next alternative road? Let me use Ebri. So I will not, if I'm coming from Tema, I will not go through Pokwasi, but I would rather use Medina to Adenta through Ebri, and then maybe get through Koforidia, or use Ebri, get to someone, and then I go. You understand? I'm designing a route in such a way that in case there is any disruption, it will not affect my operation. Tony, are you okay?
Doc, somehow.
Why are you not okay?
Doc, I agree with you in that way. Yeah, looking at alternative road is also the best. Yeah. Doc, let's look at it in this angle. The scenario that I just made is a major road that we all use for heavy duty trucks. They also utilize that road. The Ebri road is also another alternative. But have you also considered the steepness of the road, meaning the climbing of the mountain? Because heavy duty trucks also cannot use that road. They will still have to use the main road as well.
But you are getting things misplaced. You are thinking outside the box. You are not constructing the road. What you are doing is that I'm planning which route I will use. So let's assume you are going home. You are coming home from work, right? And you realize that a road that leads to your place is blocked because they are doing construction. And then a pipe is passed. Will you think about those living in the area that the bus pipe would disturb them, or going into their houses, or your adrenaline, what will trigger you that very moment you realize that they are constructing the road and a pass is by, therefore you cannot use that road to go to your house? What is the next thing, the adrenaline, the next thought that will come to your mind? What will be the next thought that will come to your mind?
To use an alternative road.
Why don't you think about, you get down, those people here, do you know that the pipe that has bad will go to their house and it is not well, or other big cars cannot use here? Why don't you go and talk to them that, how can big cars use this road? Because you've burst the pipe and all those things. The thing that will set in that very moment is, which route can I use to get to my house, right? So when you are designing your road network, your transportation network, there are certain things that is beyond your control. You cannot do anything about it, right? That is why the time that shipment and these pirates are disturbing people on the high seas at Somalia area there, all the agents, the logistics companies were not talking about the ships, the people that has been attacked there. But all that they were thinking about is, how can we get our goods to their final destination? There is no company we spoke to that said that, this is happening there. No. All that they were thinking about is to make sure that they reroute their vessels not through that area so that they can get to their final destination. What did they do? They changed the route. The rest is for the government, is for whoever is in charge to make sure that they resolve the problem so that vessels and other will come to their normal route and then use it. Are you okay? Or you are still somehow?
I'm okay. You can proceed.
Tony. Yeah. So when you are designing a road network, right? You look at the bottlenecks. It is the transportation bottlenecks, how you can ply the road smoothly. Right? That is why they are saying that when you plan, companies who include robust risk management strategies to ensure the resilience of their transportation network always have comparative advantage over the others who don't put such strategies in place. So if Tony will be thinking about the neighbors that will be affected, so that big cars cannot use the road. If I'm not using big cars and other cars other big cars cannot use other alternative road, what are it got to do with me? Different companies. I'm thinking of how best I can have alternative route to get to my final destination faster, quicker. I want to be efficient. Even if I'm using big trucks like your company, if I cannot use Pokwas, even if I can use Pokwa, what can your company do about the people in the area that has been misplaced? You can't do anything about it. It is not your business. It's a government business. The government has to compensate them. If their pipes, water pipes, and whatever has been burst, and they have to fix it, it is water company business. If there is electricity problems, some of the cables have been misplaced and they don't have light, Tony, it is not your business. It is ECG that has to resolve the problem for the neighbors in the neighborhood. All you have to do is to pass through and go. If you cannot use that road, you find other alternative road. So when you are designing a road network, you are designing it in such a way that in case there is an issue, what will be the alternative? Am I using air? Am I using rail? Am I using road? That is what you have to think of. If it is in Ghana here, how can I get to this place faster? Are we okay here?
Yes, though.
The house is quiet. Or anybody has other alternative view? Okay. So key components strategy of transportation network design. There are several key components to be put into consideration when designing an effective transportation network. The following are some of the main components. Transportation modes. Choosing the right mode of transportation is critical for optimizing cost, speed, and reliability. This includes road transport, suitable for short to medium distances and offers flexibility in terms of route selection and door-to-door delivery. And then rail, cost-effective for long distance and bulk shipment, but limited by rail network coverage. And fastest mode for long distances and time-sensitive goods, but expensive compared to other modes. And then C, ideal for large volumes and international shipments, offering cost efficiency, but with longer transit times. So when you are designing your transportation network, you have to factor this major four mode of transport into consideration. Am I supposed to use road? If I'm using road, why? Am I supposed to use rail? Am I supposed to use air or sea? Or I'm using two of them? You think of the benefits. Let's assume there is proper air transport system, which is faster and cheaper. And then or there is proper rail transport, which is faster and cheaper. The moment the Amasaman road is giving problems, the next thing that will kick in is that let me go by rail because it will be faster. I'm not using road anymore. If there is no rail and there is possibility of using air because your goods are lighter goods and so on and so forth, what you can do, let me use air, get to Kumasi and then continue with transport, road. So you design your road networks around this so that you know that you are choosing the right and perfect mode of transport to convey your goods. Strategically located logistics hubs and warehouses play a crucial role in efficient transportation network. This includes centralized and decentralized warehousing. Balancing between centralized warehouses, which offer economies of scale, and decentralized warehouses, which provide faster delivery to local markets, right? So when we talk of centralized and decentralized warehousing, who can tell me what a centralized warehouse and what a decentralized warehouse? And give me examples, because I spoke about that earlier on. I gave examples, but I did not mention whether this is centralized or decentralized. So who can help me with that?
Doc, I want to try.
Sarah.
Yes, Doc.
You've been in my class and you are using the word I want to try. We don't try in this class. Tell us what is on your mind.
Okay. Decentralized, no, let me start with centralized. Centralized warehouse is whereby a company stock all their items in a particular warehouse, a very huge one. And from that warehouse, they supply their sub shop or sub warehouses. So let's say, let me take an example. Coca-Cola, they have their warehouse. They have only one warehouse, which is located in Accra, but then they have to supply all the regions. So it means that, let's say the north, the west, they'll all be supplied from that particular warehouse in Accra. But then when we talk about the decentralized system, is whereby, let me say the same Coca-Cola, the Accra shops will be supplied just from the particular warehouse in Accra. And then let's say in Kumasi, there will be a warehouse for the Kumasi shops. In the northern region, there will be a warehouse for the northern region, so that it's the decentralized. The trucks don't have to move all the way from Accra, come pick up the goods, and then go supply the people of the northern region or the eastern region. So that's how I understand it.
Thank you. Well explained, Sarah. Does anyone has alternative idea as to what Sarah just said? If not, then we move on to cross-docking. Reducing storage time by directly transferring goods from inbound to outbound transportation at logistics hub. Do you all understand what cross-docking is? Adobia, who has not spoken the whole day?
Doc.
Adobia, do you understand cross-docking?
Yes, please.
Okay, then tell us. I am confused. I don't know what they were talking about there. What is cross-docking?
So I think somewhere last week, one of our colleagues explained that cross-docking. Pardon?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, so one of our colleagues explained that cross-docking means that goods will come maybe to a particular warehouse, offload, and immediately be dispatched without being stored in the office, in the warehouse, or in the store. So it's
immediately dispatch with the same vehicle, or what? The vehicle comes to the warehouse and then move out.
Yes.
The vehicle comes to the warehouse and the same vehicle move out to dispatch.
No. The vehicle comes to the warehouse, dispatches the goods to other vehicles already waiting for their goods. And then once the goods are moved to the other vehicles, they quickly move out to the various distribution centers.
Thank you very much. I now understand. You've made it clear to me now. Thank you. So that the vehicle comes to the warehouse, there will be other vehicles to different destinations waiting. the goods is being sorted out, put in those vehicles, and then that's it. So you end up not leaving anything at the warehouse at all, or if any, there is a little goods left in the warehouse, right? And the warehouse automation, implementing automation technologies to handle efficiency and reduce handling times, like using machines, AI, robot, and all those things, and other software, warehouse management system to automate the systems in the warehouse. And then technology integration, leveraging technology is vital for optimizing transportation network, right? This includes transportation management system, for which we talked about it earlier, using transportation management system software to plan, execute, and optimize transportation operations. So Tony explained into details what analytics and all those things, using AI and all those things. And all these things are done with the help of transportation management system. And then IoTs, Internet of Things, utilizing IoT device for real-time tracking and monitoring of shipment. Some of you also talk about IoT initial tracking. I think Frank, when I asked a question, he talked about tracking. So this is where we are at now. And big data analytics, analyzing data to forecast demand, optimize route, and manage inventory. So with our supply chain analytics, if you have this big data analytics, it doesn't only help in you selling or all those things, but you can, and when you can forecast demand, you know that this time around, demand for this product will go high in the Western region because of their festival. Then you can optimize your transportation route and then also manage your inventory very well, so that as soon as it's needed, you know where to go, you know where to use. And then blockchain, ensuring transparency and security in transaction and tracking the movement of goods. So when we say blockchain, to ensure transparency and security in transactions and tracking, in simple terms, how can you tell me this blockchain, how it works? Eliza. Eliza.
Sir.
Eliza, you are June cohort, right?
Sir, come again.
June cohort, right?
Sir, I called.
June, you are in June, right?
Yes, please.
Good. Then blockchain, right? It's telling us that it ensures transparency and security in transaction and tracking the movement of our goods. How does it work?
Sir, please let someone help me.
Eliza, call someone to help you on blockchain.
Sir, come again.
Call someone to help you on that. Mention someone's name.
Adobia.
Adobia.
Don't. So so the blockchain is like a number of people have access to data, but when whoever keys in information cannot edit or change whatever he or she has keyed. So everybody sees what everybody is doing at the same time, in real time. And so they are able to check every mistake that anybody does.
Okay, so you made us know. Once you said whatever is keyed in, nobody can tamper with it. That means security, right? And transparency is whoever is on the system is, in real time sees whatever. So let's assume we are using blockchain and 100 units of goods has been shipped to Takrady and 200 to Kumasi. Those in Kumasi knows that, okay, we are receiving 200 from Accra, and this is the time they keep in. So if our transportation route, our network is very good, we know that plus or minus by 4 hours it will be in Kumasi. We are waiting for 200 units. We can plan with it. Those in Takoradi also know that, okay, we are waiting for 100 units of items from Accra. Therefore, it will get here, we know, because of the route, plus or minus 3 hours, it should be here. We are waiting. This information is spread across, even those in Tamale, once they are not receiving it, they know that this quantity has been issued to Takoradi, or those that have access to see these things, they know. Therefore, security in such a way that it cannot be tampered with. So once it has been keyed in that 200 is supposed to receive in Kumasi, when it gets to Kumasi and it's not up to 200, you either question the driver or the loaders. If you have a monitoring system, tracking system, you check if the vehicle stopped on the way. That is the IoT. You can know. You can track where the shortage came from. That is why I'm saying transparency and then security. And sustainable practices. Incorporating sustainable, Mr. Seydu.
Hello, sir. Please, the previous slide, I wanted to know the difference between the blockchain technology and that of the IoT, because I can see that I see both monitoring, like tracking, in both points that you made. Is there any major difference between these two?
There is a major difference. There is a major difference. When Adobia explained blockchain, did you listen to her?
Yes.
What did she say?
The main thing she said was, whatever an individual keys in, the other stakeholders or whoever is accessing the same system will see it, so that person cannot make any changes to it. So
okay.
that was the main reason I was asking.
Okay. So blockchain is a system that, as I'm sitting down here, whatever I key into my computer, right? If there is a software or an app that we are using, whatever I key in, each and everyone on that system will know that I've keyed in that we are sending 100 items to Takoradi. Vehicle number this is the car that is sending it. Those in Kumasi know that we are receiving 200 units. In Kumasi, vehicle number this is bringing the item. It is setting off at 12:30. So plus or minus by 4:30 or by 5, it should be in Kumasi, right? And then Takoradi will know that we are receiving 100 units of item coming with this vehicle by setting off at 12:30. So by 3:30 or 4, it should be in Takoradi. That is the blockchain. And if I key in, if I have the authorization to make changes, then I can make changes. But if I don't have authorization to make changes, the moment I key in, is there. I cannot touch it. Security. If there is a problem, maybe instead of keying in 100 units for Takoradi, I key in 120 units. It's a mistake. I cannot touch it unless the person who has authorization to make changes come and use his or her password to go back, give you access to change it, right? So that each and everyone on the system will know the transaction that is going on. That is the blockchain. So if we're in Takoradi and you have access, you know. If we're in Kumasi, if we're in Tamale, if we're in Accra, all those offices, you know whatever is happening. When Kumasi people receive it and make entries, we will see them in Accra that, oh, the Kumasi people have received the 200 units, everything is in time. If some of them has gone bad and whatever, they will make a remarks on that, so we will know. Out of the 200 units, maybe one box or whatever went back. There is this problem on the box. Everybody will see, right? That is the blockchain. The IoT. So the blockchain is tracking. Tracking means tracking the activities in the system, right? And then in real time, as they are doing it, you see. The moment the person enters, when you go into the system, you see it. That is blockchain. IoT is a device. It is also for tracking. When IoT are in the cars, that is why I said the blockchain is saying you are receiving 200. When you go to Kumasi, there is 180. but the system has input 200. So now, if you have IoT tracking system in the car, you will be tracking the car's movement from Accra to Kumasi. So if the car made a stopover at a particular place, for how long, you will know. If the car diverted from Tunkoko, instead of going straight, it moved to maybe Obeng, stayed there for about 30 minutes, and then back on track and the movement. The IoT device will tell you in the system that when the car got to Nkoko, it branched to Obeng, stayed there like 20 minutes, and then came back to the route and then continue. Or in Kumasi, instead of using a particular route that has been assigned to the car, it branched and Longa Johnson or whatever, branch to the airport route, use some other route before you go to the main road. So you can question the driver, or you can call, if you are monitoring it real time, you can call the driver. Look, you are supposed to go straight from Longa Johnson. Why are you moving right? You are monitoring the movement of the track because you have IoT device in the track, monitoring the track movement. Wherever the track is moving, you can monitor it. IoT devices can also be put if, let's assume that the car is refrigerated, it should maintain a certain temperature. And we have IoT device in the refrigeration system. As it is moving along, if the temperature drops down, you will see that, look, the temperature is down, there is something wrong. If we don't rectify it and then get to Kumasi, by the time it gets to Kumasi, some of the goods will get spoiled. So we will call the driver, ask the driver to make stopover at Nkoko or wherever it is. If we have technicians at Nkoko, we will let them work on the system, either the refrigerator, so that we can get the required temperature before the driver continues. That is IoT device. So it is a device that it monitors the system, it gives real-time information. But that one monitors our machines for the IoT device. For instance, if you have production machines at your place, if the machine is working and you have IoT devices, it can check whether some parts are not working very well, whether before it notifies for you to know that this part is not working, so that you can change it. Jude, are you okay?
Yes, please.
So that is the difference between IoT and blockchain. Even though all of them have security and real-time tracking and all those things, it does different jobs, right?
Thank you, sir.
All right. So incorporating sustainable practices into transportation network design is becoming increasingly important, and this includes eco-friendly vehicles, using electric or hybrid vehicles to reduce carbon emissions, route optimization for fuel efficiency, planning routes that minimize fuel consumption, sustainable packaging, reducing the environmental impact of packaging materials. I think we've done this before, right? Sustainable practices, right? The using of EV cars, sustainable packaging, and fuel efficiency. We've done all that, isn't it?
Yes, Doc, in analytics.
Yes, Doc.
Yeah, so we are okay with that, right? We dealt with it into details. But those who, the general code, if you don't understand how sustainable practices are incorporated in our logistics, transportation network, and procurement system, you can ask for us to explain it, like the eco-friendly vehicles, use of electric or hybrid vehicle to reduce carbon emission, route optimization for fuel efficiency. If you don't understand it, you can draw attention for me to give detailed explanation for your understanding. Okay. So
Okay,
we are ending at. Okay, let's finish with this. Then we will get to collaboration and partnership so that we continue on next week. So, strategy for enhancing transportation network. To design and maintain an effective transportation network, companies can adopt the following strategies: leveraging advanced technologies. adopting advanced technologies is crucial for optimizing transportation networks, and this includes artificial intelligence. Using AI for predictive analytics, demand forecasting, and route optimization. Machine learning, implementing machine learning algorithms to continuously improve transportation planning and execution. In blockchain, enhancing transparency and security in supply chain transactions. And this one also, I think Tony touched on it when I asked about leveraging technology and analytics. He mentioned AI, he mentioned machine learning, just that he did not mention blockchain, which was not part of the question, but we've talked about blockchain. So you can incorporate technologies in transportation networks. And these things enhance proper and efficient transportation network design. So with that, we are a minute, okay, it's exactly 12:30. We will end at slide 11. Our secretary should note it for us so that when we forget, she will remind us. And then I will ask for one or two questions and then we go off. If there is no questions,
Doc,
then we end. Yes, please.
Doc, please, I want to suggest that if you could compile the slides for us so that we can download at once and be reading in advance to help us.
Yeah, Tony.
Oh, please.
I am supposed to put it on the LMS because I always put the slides on the LMS, right?
Doc,
I
please.
forgot to do
Doc,
because
please,
I have
they
a
are
lot.
there.
Doc, I
Come
already
again.
The
informed.
slides are at the LMS.
Okay, that means the previous one because I uploaded those slides for the previous class. So if it is there, then you can download them. They're already there, right?
Yes,
Hello.
please, they are there. Yes.
Okay, with the reading materials, isn't it?
Yes, please.
Yes, that means I've already uploaded it for the last class, the January cohort class. So once you have it there, you can download them from the LMS. Richard.
Yes, sir.
Are you on the LMS platform?
Yes, sir.
Then you can download it from the LMS. I have added additional reading materials that you can check it.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right. So if there is no question, we call it a day. We will meet next week. All right. Take care, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you, sir.
Jude.
Yes, sir.
You do. Let's be there. Let's be there. Our usual place.